What's up? Good morning. I think I got everything working. Hopefully. Dark Souls is long. So, once that hopefully successfully do everything. Didn't actually check the game this morning, which is a little concerning. Because it might have just broken itself last time, but that's alright, we'll fix it. We'll fix it. I was fixing some broadcast today. I am... oh, hold on. Maybe. Thing a little not broken. Come on, controller. I have been wanting to do Saturday morning streams for a while. I was bad this morning. I didn't wake up and work out, but I've been very good about working out this week, so I gave myself permission. And hello. Continue with work. I gave myself permission to at least not work out this morning because I've been doing well all week and I do need a little bit of rest. And I might go and do it later. So, last we were here, we were actually doing a pretty good job of things, if I do say so myself. Very successful for the early game. We have at least an early game weapon. I don't know if this is going to be the kind of thing that we're to upgrading. We have an early game weapon that does split damage that we can wield successfully. We were exploring the area, and hope this doesn't count as cheating. I did just randomly watch a stream of someone else doing a Dark Souls 1 randomizer, just by happenstance. And they reminded me that certain enemies are checks for item drops, which is kind of important. And their randomizer settings were a lot more permissive than mine. Theirs were not designed to be sort of miserable in the same way that mine are. They had scaling enemies and whatnot. So things were actually substantially easier for them. So if this is too quiet, I'll keep music up and voices up. I'm just going to turn sound effects down a little bit. That seems super quiet though. Now I feel deafened. Never mind. I think for my birthday, I'm debating as to whether or not I'm going to do it. I need to be more consistent with streaming if I'm going to justify it. But for my birthday, I may get myself not an audio interface because I already got a new one of those, but like a I don't even know what you would call it. Like a little stream deck with audio settings on it. Is this the axe guy? It is the axe guy. Which would be very, very, very helpful when it comes to managing these sorts of weird audio things. Trying to fine-tune things in case someone complains about it being too quiet or too loud. Anyway. So yeah, there's a couple of enemies that I actually need to make an effort to kill as checks for special items, and I have no waiting when it comes to special items, so I actually have to be very, very thorough when it comes to my exploration. Oh shit. Because the Lord Vessel, in particular, is what we're concerned about, can be literally anywhere. I don't like that. I don't like you guys. It's just one. Yeah, come on back here. So like the what is typically the Black Knight at the top of this tower, will drop an item. It's not necessarily going to be a key item, unless I misunderstood the settings that I set, but... Guys resisting against lightning. Sucks. They're like one of the hardest enemies for me right now. Through a combination of their movement and... Ow. Their lightning resistance? Yeah, Jesus. See the... Yeah, that's just what they look like when they die. Okay, I would love to backstab this dude if I could, but I don't think that's gonna happen. I wonder if he patrols forward like the... Fuck. Alright. We can deal with him. I think we'll... Oh, stop that. It's unnecessary. I think if we pull him back here... Dark Souls 1 has, like, crazy tethering in places. Fuck, dude. Okay. Now we can take on the other guy. But yeah, so this week's been a good week. It's been busy working. Oh, what the hell? Get stuck on the fire. I remember that's the way that I first defeated the boar. Like when I first played Dark Souls 1, I had such a difficult time that somehow I cheesed the boar into getting stuck on this fire over here. I see you over there. Did we even check Taurus Demon? We did, didn't we? Oh, it's Demon Fire Sage. Which, as we discovered, is probably... Oh my god. That fucking sucks. I got too greedy with that guy. I should know that they can kill me. Especially without any armor. Ah, damn. That's alright. It's Demon Fire Sage at Taurus Demon, which we probably can kill with some improvements, be that weapon or armor or what have you. But hello. God damn it. I need to see what this upgrades with. Yeah, whatever it may be, that I'm amazed that you didn't stagger from that. We could probably defeat Demon Fire Sage if we wanted. The other problem is just the fact that the run back to it is so abysmal. I don't think that black or that Silver Knight is going to spawn again down there, which is very helpful. I can't believe that. Oh, fuck. My souls. Oh, this is gonna happen. Okay, I dodged. Didn't read it, but I did it. Incredible. I totally forgot that their backstab like pushes you forward, which is crazy. I don't think that there's anything else. Granted, I can't think of... I mean, the only other one... I know there's others, but the only other one that comes to mind when it comes to... what parrying is the dude in Raya Lucaria that just parries the shit out of you. Who's doing what here? Seems like the damage breakpoint is really good for the jumping attack, and the recovery is not so much more significant that I shouldn't be using it a lot. I want a little bit more stamina. I'm okay on... Actually, I could use some vitality. Ah, my stamina might be good. 20, 25 at most. Yeah, parry that shit. It does feel so weird to be back playing Dark Souls 1 after many years. I personally have not set foot in Dark Souls 1 since probably my last full playthrough, which was, gosh, 2018? Wasn't there someone up here that was like, oh, it's another one of you. Damn, dude. Are you just stuck there? I don't like having to fight them like this, but we do what we can in this. That's what we need to remember. We're not in the position to be... I'd already gone down. Shit. Go back this way. But yeah, I need to check all of the item locations. I need to be very, very thorough. Because the Lord Vessel could be literally anywhere. Once we get that, it's going to be a lot, like, easier. Bigger relief. Oh, they, like, totally aggro. That's... Having elemental damage this early on is really helpful as well. Or enemies like that that are just kind of, like, particularly resistant to physical damage. Come down and attack me. I'm not sure what your plan is. You're just kind of stuck for the moment. I just don't want him to fall down, or that other guy for that matter. Okay. Yeah, go for it. Don't know what the hell AI is doing. Just worried that he's gonna fall down, but I think his model's too big to get through that yet. Don't make another stupid decision. Where are my souls? Did I die a second time? Oh, I did die a second time. With the Black Knight. That's fine. That's fine. Like I said before, souls don't really matter in a randomizer like this because there's a... What the fuck? Get out of here. Anything to do with you. Souls don't matter so much because there's a decent chance that we just find an area with enemy spawns that... Oh, God! With enemy spawns that... Fuck! Fall off the map and just give us, like, instant souls every time we rest at a bonfire. Dude, chill. Say hello to your brother for me. Can he make it down here? I actually think he can. Just from fighting the other one. Oh. Playing this very safe right now, because we're not actually trying to get anywhere. I'm not super concerned about my Estus. Nice. Is there an item over here? Not. Oh, that's kind of sick. You know what that's from? No, that's Artorias' legs, isn't it? The Lord's Blade? Waste cloth common blades, never mind. Deadly whimsy between them. We got some pants! So I'm a little A little slower? I think I'm okay. This is Artorias' lady friend. I think. Ugh. The range is killing me on this thing. Something is terrifying here. Down's tiny. Oh yeah, you're fine. Ow! Get fucking scooped. Black Knight helm. Nice. Yeah, so we have to check all of the night checks. And I think there's a couple of things back in Undead Parish that I haven't checked, just because of how dangerous it was right then. This could be a sketchy room if we're not lucky. Kind of annoying. That's really not good. Oh boy. Ow! Well, this ain't great. I think I'm just gonna run. I think that's the plan, is just to come down here and run. Oh my god, you would. Nope, can't do that. Fuck! Okay, that sucks. I don't regret playing it that way, because chances of me making it otherwise were relatively slim, but that's annoying. Having a Black Knight there. I guess I could probably fight both of them. I'm not going to do that right now. I'm going to go down into Dark Root. I could probably fight both of them if I'm aggressive enough. And the Black Knight might not have aggroed at the base of the ladder. He like, only the lizard thing aggroed. So, we have other options. That's the beautiful thing about Dark Souls 1. What makes randomizers of this game, I think, probably the most interesting. I'm not going to say the most fun, but the most interesting. What the hell did that one do? Is just because you do have so many dynamic ways to get to different places. I mean, Dark Souls 1 level design truly is unmatched. It's hard to argue with that, even as someone who... I'm not a Dark Souls 1 hater. I'm far from it, in fact. I really like Dark Souls 1. I would much rather play Dark Souls 1 over Dark Souls 3 most days. I just don't... That's such a cool noise. Glad you're a lot squishier than I thought you were going to be. Did the cat just, like, fall off the edge? I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. Nope. Nah, I did. Okay, cool. Meow. I'm not a Dark Souls 1 hater. Dark Souls 1 is obviously fantastic. Do I want to rest here? Maybe not quite yet. I just want to see what else we got going on up here. Actually, you know what? No, let's rest. That's fine. We can make it back to the other fire. That is feasible. That's one thing you have to be careful about is, like, respawn points. You can end up fucked. Yeah, Dark Souls 1, it's kind of gone through a weird history with me, because for a long time I was like, Dark Souls 1's the best, and then... Ow! For dogs. For a long time I was like, Dark Souls 1's the best, and then Dark Souls 3 came out, and my initial reaction was like, oh man, why would you ever play Dark Souls 1? Ow. And then Elden Ring really kind of pushed my opinion backwards, where I'm like, you know, Dark Souls 1... Oh, hello. Just like fell down from the tree. This one doesn't. Yeah, that one doesn't disappear. Everyone has spoken to the ends of the earth about Dark Souls 1's level design being brilliant, and it is. But it really shines in the context of Elden Ring, where one can't roll itself off the edge. Stun really easily with electricity, though? And I guess their AI just doesn't like being face-to-face with most people. But in the face of Elden Ring's design, which generally is just a lot more direct, there's something... there's a feeling about going back to a game like Dark Souls 1, which is both like isolated and contained, which I appreciate at this point. I'm a little bit tired of open-worldy, open-ended stuff. Oh, this is like really sketchy, actually. Could have just picked that up. What the fuck? I never realized how much of a nightmare this forest is for the camera. Get back. You will, like, definitely one-shot me if you hit me. Get petrified. Fuck. Hell with you. Let's pick this up. I did rest here. Yeah, I did. Okay. Oh, fuck, a vagrant. Ooh, the cooking of our story. Who died? I didn't even know who you were. Well, you know what? And we don't get souls from... Okay, we do. We didn't get souls from Seath, which was actually kind of a bummer. Well. Okay, well, let's run up here. Go and get the embers and stuff from the blacksmith. 10,000 souls. I don't know who that would have been, but not complaining. Clearly an early game boss. Was it Taurus Demon? Didn't sound like Taurus. I don't know. Not sure. But we'll grab this and then we'll go back down into the little secret area. Throwing knife. Hold a hero. Do I have any... No. I should take the opportunity to buy some homeward bones. The other big thing we're focusing on is shopkeepers. Shopkeepers are huge in randomizers in general. That'll be something important to remember for the future. Things have been going good. Had a good week. I worked last weekend, so that's why I wasn't able to do anything like this last weekend, and why... Oh, I test that I had to take this week, so... I was studying for that all week, and it went well. Much better than I anticipated it going, which is good. But that's why I wasn't able to stream, because I was just studying in the evening. I don't remember how many enemies there are down here. Not that many, if I remember correctly. It was just a bunch of those little frog. Another humanity? You guys are like kind of... Or are you the original one? Or not? You guys are like kind of difficult to kill. I don't know if it's because you're immune to lightning damage or what it is. I don't know if there's any motivation to go an infused weapon in a randomizer. Like I said before, I think it's going to be a matter of finding is around here. It's going to be a matter of figuring out what upgrade material we have the most ready access to. I think we actually have a couple of pretty good potential... Like a stone dude over there. Oh yeah, we have Dragon Tooth and Dragon Greatsword. So really, we're kind of, at this point, we're looking for someone or something with an infinite source of... I don't know if I want to try and fight. Oh, fuck! Oh, God. I scared the shit out of me. We're looking for an infinite source of dragon scales. We have two really good potential dragon weapons. That felt like a little bullshit, test me. So those guys drop large Titanite shards. We've seen two of those from two of them. Ow. what kind of noise is that? What fucking Galaga noise? Die. Giving me way too much difficulty. I very rarely ever come down here. Vagrant? Fuck off! Shit. Don't die to the Vagrant. I've already died to one Vagrant this run. Vagrants drop twin humanity. Yeah, I almost never come down here, because all that's down here in the normal game is that one item on the cliff that I never remember what it is, and I'm always disappointed when I don't. But this time... So, it was nice to get this out of the way. Just kind of complete this whole area and not have to think about it anymore. Outside of opening the doorway. Residence key. That's huge. Huge. Really glad we came this way. Actually, don't know if that opens that gate to the town, or if they're separate keys. They actually might be separate keys. So less big than I thought it was. But still... Fuck! I'm out. Later, dude. I do not care enough to fight you. Got every item down here? Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. We can always backtrack if we need to, but pretty good for the moment. So, what feasibly do we have left? Let me think. If we can manage to run past Ornstein, where the Hydra spawns, then we can go on right now. So many levels. Vitality. Be a little bit more endurance. We can probably wait on endurance. Gives us equip load too, though, which might be useful. I'm gonna get endurance to 25. I think that's appropriate. If we can manage to, like, skirt by Ornstein, then we could potentially get up into the other part of the garden and explore over there on the other side of the door. Other than that, our options include going back to Undead Asylum. I didn't really give a good attempt to go down into the Old Londo ruins either. There were some annoying enemies, and I kind of just decided to not do that. I would like to see who the gargoyles are, though. Getting up to them is probably going to be the more significant of the task, if I had to guess, depending on what the boss is. But we need to try and get up there and see who they are, and if that's something that we should be tackling, because there is a vendor on the other side of them as well. Let's see if that... Don't really feel like trying to go down into the crypts. Damn, dude. It's crazy. Like Elden Ring level of reads. I don't feel like going down into the crypts right now. That feels very dangerous, like potentially getting stuck. And I want to be equipped with a better weapon before I start doing that. None of you are going to fall down here. Oh, some of you will. All of you will. Okay, I don't know if that's better than fighting you the other way, but at least it allows me to line you up a little bit. These butchers are turning out to be like some of the most threatening enemies in this randomizer. I'm trying to think, and now I'm starting to remember, it seems like every... It seems like the way that this randomizer works is a one-to-one replacement, so every particular type of enemy is replaced with a different particular type of enemy. I'm not sure if that checks out, because I don't remember, but like there's another dark root guy here and another silver knight, and there's another silver knight over there. So I think, yeah, like a specific kind of hollow is replaced with another specific kind of hollow, you know. Oh, or excuse me, a specific kind of hollow is replaced with a different enemy. Where is this? Like I might be able to kill it up here. But this is down below. That's really weird. I have no idea where that is. Strange. Well, that seems like a much better way of tackling this group of enemies, is having them drop down and then file through. Oh, fuck! Why didn't you come? You're in this stairway. That's right. That's right. The top one. Actually, no, he's a Silver Knight. I can't distinguish the Silver Knights from the Black Knights. But I should know the ones with the shields. I don't think there's any Black Knights with shields. He was really the guy that I was most worried about of the Silver Knights. You know, this is a reasonably challenging, but overall not that terrible. What is that? Oh, it's Clan. Like, this could be a lot worse. I've had randomizers that were more inhospitable than this. Ow. Fuck, please don't die. Like, that would just be stupid and a waste of time. What the hell else is in there? Oh my god. Well, I'm gonna hate to lose these souls with whoever is here's the boss. Large Ember? Not too bad. You need to be breaking barrels too. So I know where most of the items are. At least I think I know where most of the items are. Come on. The other thing might just be there are only so many enemies that are actually small enough to fit in certain areas, like indoors, and that's why we're seeing a lot of the same things. I don't think that it randomized that way. Spell. It's particularly helpful. I think I have the master key. I wonder, do I need to... I wonder if I'd need to complete Lautrec's quest line. Like, if that can be... If the Lord Vessel can be gated behind that. I wouldn't think so. And I think the actual benefit of killing him is relatively low, other than preserving the bonfire. And I don't remember where that trigger is. I think the chances of this being a boss that we can kill effectively are actually pretty low. Unless I'm not thinking of someone. We already had Capra Demon as our tutorial boss. Yeah, this probably isn't going to go well, but let's do it for the bit. That's actually fine, maybe. Yeah, that's actually fine, maybe. Iron Golem shouldn't be an issue unless I'm a dumbass, which is a very reasonable possibility. Priscilla... Cool, look at that. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, Oh, fuck. I forgot you do that. I've fought enough tree spirits in my life that tree sentinels. Why are Priscilla and the Iron Golem? I guess that wasn't the Iron Golem? I thought it was. Priscilla coming in phase 2 is actually, like, totally terrible. Especially with how little damage this guy is taking. I need to, like, not be trapped here. This... I think this is the other one. Like, the return to the asylum guy. Rather than the original one. Oh, can you just, like... eat yourself off, please? Ow. Yeah, I think this is the upgraded Asylum Demon, which is why... Oh, God. Yes, please do that. Oh, I don't think it will. That would be our only chance at this. What am I doing? Oh man. Okay. Well, that kind of sucks. I'll be honest, but now we know what's there. Let me... While we're here, let's... Oh, and we can also go down to the, to Dungeon Town, to fucking, Plagueburg? What's it called? Stink Town? I don't fucking remember. You know the one. The terrible place. The bad place. Whatever it's called. We can also go down there. So that's an option that's available to us. I'm going to try to run past Ornstein. I don't know. I'm just going to do it once. I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull it off, frankly. I think he's just too fast. Unless he leashes in a really weird way. Which he may, due to like, well, no, because the Hydra stays aggroed on you pretty continuously in the entire basin. So yeah, we're gonna see if we can run past. But we may not be successful. I also don't know where his like where he hangs out by default. He just kind of popped out of the fucking woods last time I was down. Just like that. I got a vagrant to contend with. I might be able to get him stuck on something. That would also be potential saving grace for us. No! He's coming! He's fucking coming! God damn it. What a fucking crazy character. Go, go, go! Oh, we did it. It's so funny. It's so funny. I love it. Alright, cool. So we're up here now. Can get a bunch more items. I don't really know what I'm looking for when it comes to items, truthfully. We have some competent weapons. Admittedly, we can't wield them yet, but that's partially my fault for not investing in stats to be able to wield them, but I don't think it's necessary at the moment. And I wanted to make sure we didn't get something that, like, was crazy good from a dex standpoint, though thinking about it, I'm not sure that there are many, and I already got the Uchi Katana, so if we wanted to commit to a dex build, that would be it, as far as I can think. The scythe might be a competent dex weapon. Gold and silver tracers are pretty good. Okay. Darker Garden has the potential to be, like, kinda nasty. Depending. Who's walking? Someone's walking. Oh, shit. I think I fought one of you. Oh, you don't take anything from me. Well. That's a bad start. Get down here. No, you can't just be up there. Ow. Ow. These dudes are still here. They don't drop anything when you kill them, do they? I don't think so. I didn't know that they were still here for the randomizer, but I guess they're NPCs. There are a lot less items on the ground here than and a lot more just people being dicks. Oh! Terrible. It's just generally terrible. Thankfully, aggro is just being so weird. Oh, come on. Running out of S is pretty quick, but making our way through this garden. I'm checking to make sure. You can't open this even on this side if you don't have the emblem. Yeah. That's more of a convenience factor than anything else. one guy up here using the bow. A guy up there. Stop lagging. Where'd he go? Oh, you're around here. Hear you. Hear someone. A couple of you. Okay. Yeah, sure. Ugh. Lead weapon, really? Stop! This weapon is just slow enough to get hit by, like, a relatively large amount of fast enemies. Stop this. Okay. Now I can deal with you. How about we try this instead? Making it through. There's no items here. Not really sure why I'm bothering at this point. Guy looks a little bit scary. Very slow. Got a short-ranged weapon. Can't contend with my leaping forward smash. I think...
Is it?
I need to join you for any reason? Sure. I think I need to check and see if they give me...
And he...
Yeah. I need to join like every covenant because they're gonna give me something. I don't know if it's gonna be a key item, but they will give me something. Of where that goes. That is a weird pit in my brain. I know where it goes for the DLC. Oh, you guys are chill with me now. Wait, is this Lautrec? What the fuck? No, he's just wearing his helmet. Okay. I've never joined this covenant before, so I have no idea who that dude is or what he does. I know that's like the other side of the garden. Oh! I think I know that. I just didn't remember that they were connected like that. Cool. Yeah, this is great that I can now walk around here without being bothered by these guys. Ooh, that's a boar. That's less than good. That. Come over here and fight me. Oh! Not you. Get here. Stop! God, the camera. That is a Bone Lord man. Definitely don't want to go and aggro him if I can avoid that. I don't think... the, I need to kill the boar for any reason. I don't believe that that's a unique check. Capacity. What is that on the horizon over there? That's what I'm most worried about. Oh, it's one of those dudes. Okay, I'm less worried. Rather resistant to my electricity. Well, generally been an unremarkable sojourn. Curious if I need to go into the middle there for some reason, but I don't know. There's a chest. Guys, a lot of dudes. No items spoken for. Just gonna like not bother with you guys if I can. That absence of seeing any other item. Oh, see ya. All right. Well, that was productive. We learned some stuff. This should be better than its default. It is kind of a nice feeling going into areas that are really shitty in the base game, because you know that with a randomizer there's almost no way that they could possibly be worse. Like this. Little frog, dude. Instead of getting shredded by 3 cats. I feel like I have a lot of humanity. Tree in the ground. Yeah, if I remember correctly, those stairs just go to the other end of this platform. Why it was necessary to connect the two, I'm not sure. Yeah, they just come out there. Okay. I remembered how it made sense in the DLC, but not the base game. Because I don't usually spend a whole lot of time exploring this in the base game. Got a chest in there that we need to figure out. There is a vagrant. Oh! Someone's coming. There's a boar over there. I think there's another chest over there too. Or something that pick up. You guys are a little bit chunkier than I like. But I mean, in general, I have to say I'm really impressed with the competency of this weapon for an early game randomizer. With its low stat requirement, like it's carrying pretty hard. The only thing is it almost certainly doesn't... Mimics randomized? Blue Eye Orb, Dark Moonblade Covenant, okay. That gives us access to several chests after the Gwendolyn fight. Do we want to try and see who Sif is? Can I actually go into Sif? Or do I need the crest? Try and spot an item to, get up! Get up! Oh my god. I'm not seeing anything. Just remembered. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that jumps out at me, so I will, like before, we can always come back if there's one item hiding that just happens to be the Lord Vessel, which would be a nightmare, but we can remember. Remember, if we can get in here without the crest. I don't think we can. Oh, we can. Will it show us who it is? It does not. This isn't a bad amount of souls. But, well, you know what our alternative, speak properly, is going back down and trying to brave Ornstein. So This is probably manageable. I only have... Oh, this is, like, totally manageable. Never mind. Easy money. Don't be an idiot. The only two issues... Dude, what the fuck? Roll! You want to die to a 4-hittable boss. Okay. We still we still have to get out of here. This didn't really solve a problem for... Oh, we get a homeward bone though. Excellent. Yeah, we're definitely just gonna use that right now, and I need to take the opportunity to find a vendor with some homeward bones and get some. I can check if Andre sells them or something. It's okay. 25 endurance, 25 vitality. We'll probably invest in more vitality, but I think we're just gonna start pumping strength. I don't see a situation in which we go a dex weapon unless we're committing to the Uchigatana. And I don't think that that's a wise strategy. It's a good weapon, not that good. And the selection of weapons, of strength weapons to choose from, including, like, basically the entire Black Knight weapon set, the Dragon Tooth, like, it's all strength. The large ember. Sell anything that I haven't gotten. Okay. So now what? We went up into Darkroot Garden. We beat Sif. We cleared that. That's all done. We went down into the lower part of the garden. Also cleared all that. We can't realistically beat the later demon, Asylum Demon, or Fire Sage. Let's do this. Let's give one more attempt at making our way down to the lower, the other bonfire, the Dragon Bridge. Let's try and make our way there. See if we can finagle our way through that kind of clusterfuck of terrible enemies in our way. And open that up, because that will be a good amount of... I don't know how much... The strength scaling on this I don't think is, like, crazy, right? It's D-scaling. Yeah, so it's not, like, great, but it's not terrible. What are we looking at? 50-10. Dragon Tooth is probably similar 40-0, so we may be able to get our way to the Dragon Tooth. Still kind of stands that whatever we're going to be able to get upgrade materials for is going to be our priority, but I am relatively confident at this point that we can find a strength weapon with jump, dude. A strength weapon with available upgrade materials to us. I don't think that's unrealistic. Okay. Sure. All right there, bud. It's looking a little bit heavy for you. Yeah, we are stacked on humanity. Not an issue in the slightest. No. That is the disappointing thing, is with this weapon as it stands currently, the strength investments don't give us particularly notable damage increases. That was dumb. Got very lucky. Just because of the poor scaling on this, but worried about that dagger dude coming down. I shouldn't be worried about this guy following me. I think the chance of him screwing things up is relatively low. Okay, so here, this snake aggroes like immediately, and I don't think that there's any advantage taking this any... Okay. Well, yeah, that's just... And that's a Black Knight. So... yeah, that's just not gonna work. That's just not gonna work. And that's fine. So let's go. And let's go check out the asylum again. Because I think we picked up the asylum key. Like the one that lets you into the couple of doors there. Or... I also have a rare ring of sacrifice. That's good to know. In case I have like a shit ton of souls that I want. I really don't have any... I don't have any... I have all of, like, the key rings to get me into places. I have no actual worth-wearing rings. Dungeon cell key, that's the first one you get. Yeah, we have the asylum, second key. So we should be able to open everything if we go back there. The boss will be interesting to see who it is. We're still missing a lot of the big hitters, which is both like good and bad. It's good that we haven't run into them. Everything, the good part of that is everything that we seem to have run into seems manageable. Maybe not now, but like manageable at some point. Priscilla and the like Asylum Demon Part 2. I open those? Yeah, I open them. Was that not the right input? Oh no, it's not push stick in. I should have known. Should have remembered. Yeah, that might not be like the easiest thing to tackle right now, but as a fight in general, it's totally manageable. Demon Fire Sage on the bridge, also totally manageable. Can probably cheese him and get him to jump off, if we're being honest. So we haven't... Oh, hello. We haven't found a Gwyn. We haven't found a Manus. We have found Seath, but... You know, I saw something in that other randomizer that I was talking about. Do you sell Homeward Bones, per chance? I didn't buy any of this. I guess I didn't have the money to when I last was here. I don't think that's worth it. They're the only two things he sells.
Again.
I will not. Seath spawned where we saw him spawn, which is like as that rotting dragon in the Valley of Drakes area. And then he spawned as another boss later, which was interesting. I'm not sure why. So, can you just roll off this onto that? Maybe, but not that way. I've seen some people do that. I've always thought you had to jump, and I've always like had a terrible time. Can you not? Fine. It's fine. Oh. You're down here, aren't you? Thank you. It's just fantastic. Exactly what I needed. I really want to kill him. But I don't want to lock myself out of anything. Yeah, so even though we saw Seath as one of those overworld spawns, excuse me, I might have to get some water. Even though we saw Seath as one of those overworld spawns, we still may very likely see him as another boss. Get up there. Should really just do this now. Don't fall. I believe you can make it up there. Not bad. Not what we were looking for, but make it over there. Close enough. But ultimately what makes Seath... Come on. This jump input. Ultimately what makes Seath a terrible fight is like half of his run back. I can't actually dodge that. Half of what makes Seath terrible is his run back, and half of it is the petrification. Petrification is not necessarily solved by a different arena, but the run back certainly can be. So I'm not so worried about Seath. I think Bed of Chaos is randomized, but that's pretty much trivialized by not being in the same arena. God damn it. Despite having done this for years and years, I will never, ever learn this correctly. Yeah, Gwyn, Manus. Not too worried about Quelaag. I don't think our damage really handles her all that effectively right now, but in general, I'm not super worried. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else. 4 Kings should be fine. I think we have adequate damage for 4 Kings, even at present, definitely in the future. Yeah, I don't, I can imagine that Gaping Dragon, depending on the arena, might be really, like, awful. But not too worried about anyone outside of those couple of bosses. Should all be relatively manageable. Who we got down here? You guys aggro from a million light years away. I don't like the idea of having to fight this guy in this environment. That shit. Oh, and a Black Knight. Perfect. Exactly what I wanted. Don't you dare! And a rat. And a mushroom man. Back, you beast. Damn. Alright. We're doing it. We are doing it. Oh. Oh. Oh, no. How did I miss? One of those dudes. Kind of crazy. What is it? What is... I wish he would trigger the fall. That would be kind of cool. What is that noise? It's something smaller. Like, not super small, but it's something smaller. Oh, he was, like, much less intimidating than I thought. You know, it doesn't sound like it's huge and bellowing and terrible. Resting here might have been a bad idea, but I think we can tackle whatever's here. Oh! Oh no! My friend. I would love some poise while jumping. That would, like, really just seal the deal here. Oh, remarkable. Go back this way. Oh, and we should be able to see in there. Is it going to be the same as it was to begin with? Because something attacked us. I don't remember what it was. I don't remember that guy dropping a bunch of stuff, but... Yeah, I remember something immediately attacked. Oh, it's the Four Kings, I think. I got turned around. God, for these doorways. Yeah, if I remember correctly, it's the Four Kings? I guess that Black Knight doesn't respawn. For whatever reason. Which... should be fine. Unless for some reason they're scaled, like really, really... Well, they shouldn't be scaled. They should just be default, right? The hell are you? Oh no, it's the gargoyle. Z? Singular? Multiple? What the hell are you doing? It's like the rudest enemy to put at the end of this hallway. That, yeah, that's totally doable. And the Demon's Great Axe. Okay, well, no key items. Downside. Plus side, we can definitely kill the gargoyle. That's 100% doable. Well, this might be the... Because there's just one, it might be the gargoyle from the bridge in Anor Londo, rather than the twin gargs. But regardless, I do need to make sure I kill this Brave Lord before I go down there, because he will follow me and he will fuck me up. About to fuck me up now. Okay. That's cool. All right. Good thing we rested. These are like, Oh, you're back. Ow. At least that guy dies easy. They are the, fucking, whatever those things are called in Elden Ring of this game. The ones that just, like, flail around wildly. Wraiths or something. Where you at? Where you at? Alright, we got lightning damage, so this should be no problem. Give me your tail. Give it to me. I actually don't even know if I will be able to hit it. Keeps moving. There's a humanity. Wonderful. Take that. Alright. More humanity. We are fucking stacked with humanity. We are never going to have any issues kindling. Ever. Decent amount of souls, too. We are probably... Ooh. That it puts me... Actually, it's fine. We are probably getting reasonably close to being able to equip the Dragon's Tooth, maybe? I don't remember if Dark Souls... I think Dark Souls 1 is the only one that's 2x. Let's test this right now. Because I think afterwards they realize, 2 times strength multiplier is a little bit much. They dropped it down to 1.5. I should leave humanity. You know, honestly, that's not as much humanity as I thought we had. Although this is 25, so we actually could use potentially... Well, I don't think we can use the Dragon Greatsword because it's requires 10 dex, but I think we can use Dragon's Tooth, right? No. Ooh. So it must be 1.5. Maybe Dark Souls 2 was the one that did 2x, and then they were like, yeah, that's probably, we should go back to 1.5. That is okay. We are not far off. Have lots of strength options to choose from once we get to that point. Cool. We haven't completely finished this place. There's that door, so we need to go... Aw. Don't get bowled over. But it re-randomized these enemies. Yeah, because this is like a... It's a distinctly different zone. Yeah, it's definitely a different zone. When you do it the second time. The hell? Oh. Why? Okay. I thought we had the key for this. Am I, like, misunderstanding what the second floor asylum key is for? Undead Asylum F2 East key. This opens the original cell. Oh, that opens that door on the side there, so we don't have access to that. Gotcha. Okay. That's fine. It's a small check, but probably not that big of a deal. You can always come back. That's the rule. We can always come back. Alright. Good shit. Well, I think our next goal is to get, like, be able to wield the Dragon's Tooth. And so, in order to need... Go. In order to wield something that requires 40 strength, we need, and 1.5, we need 30 strength. So 5 more levels of strength should let us... Don't need to get in there. That just drops you down to what's his face. I'm pretty sure. 30 strength should give us enough to wield Dragon's Tooth two-handed, which is all we really ever care about. Let's do this. Wait. Don't really care about one-handing it unless we end up in a really precarious position. Let's rest here. I'm going to grab some water real quick, and I'll be right back. Water required. We are moving and grooving, guys. We are doing shit. This is the most palatable Dark Souls 1 randomizer experience I've ever had. With these settings. Like, you can do scaling, and I think if someone is just like, you're like, oh, I'm just gonna do a randomizer casually for fun, I think doing the enemy scaling is good. Because it ensures that you don't really get stuck at all. Oh, there are some items that we need to go and check for back in Undead Burg. Can't forget about that. But I figure we can do some backtracking once we get to, once we get our new weapon. An item here. So yeah, the scaling can be fun, but I almost feel like the scaling removes a component of the randomizer experience, which is like, oh, I've gotten like right now I'm locked out of the depths, I think that's what it is. Because I can't really get past Demon Fire Sage, and I can't get past that other direction just because of the enemies that were randomized there and the difficulty of those enemies specifically. And that's kind of interesting. It kind of reinvents the original Dark Souls experience by making it so you can't proceed in certain directions at certain times for certain reasons. That's really what I like the most about it. Dude, you are so annoying. I hate you. Oh my god. Like, between your jumping up that causes me to whiff you and your jumping backwards constantly. Damn. I have yet to actually have any issues with these cats, but they have the weirdest AI. And it still, like, scares me a little bit. remember there was a, there's this dude. Maybe I should have backstabbed him. Seems like it might have been smarter. Ow. Whew. Yes. Somebody, like, dropped down from God knows where when I was over here last time. Okay. So far, so reasonable. Still got 7 Estes. Debate one of you. Forgot that these guys do that. Alright, you. Scared. Fuck you. Good, right? Yeah. Phew. Dog. At least we one-shot them. That's the important thing. You're two-shotting dogs, you're in trouble. Oh god! Oh god! Oh no! Fucking jump scared by humanity. What are these noises? What is happening? Yeah, come back here so I can, like, handle you. I want to fight you in a contained environment. A little bit weaker than the last one we fought. You can never tell. Some of them are really tanky for almost no reason. Can't use that yet. I swear to God, the Lord Vessel is going to be in some random pot that I forget to check. Oh! Yeah, or that. Go down there. Die. Oh! Jump scares in these corners, man. Oh, it's a live creature. Oh my god. Oh, they're rolling. Oh, it hurts. I want to go back there, though. There's enough. And there's a vendor up there. Oh, gone. She's still okay, though. For now. I don't remember the trigger for when he kills her. Is it after darkening Anne Orlando? I don't remember. I don't remember. But yeah, there's a vendor here. There's a good number of pickups and chests. We do have the Ring of Artorias. So we can theoretically check who the boss is. I don't think it's a wise idea to do unless we want to burn a ring and just, like, consider it done, because there's a good chance it's, like, It's a big arena, so there's a... Well, actually, big arena might work in our favor. It could be Seath, which would kind of suck. Just because I don't think our current damage is quite sufficient to do Seath. I could be wrong, but... Dude, these guys are the absolute worst. Part of it is because of how, like, short my weapon is. Like that. With any other weapon, it wouldn't have been a problem. But, I mean, there's also the possibility of it just being, like... Oh, I wanna... If I just leave you alone, will you not bother me? Ooh. Nice. Oh, and he just, like, died. Cool. This a little bit easier. And this guy's the only really scary guy here, now that I know what to anticipate in this room up here. And then he dies pretty easily. Here, dog. Is my gamma up high enough? My brightness. Yeah, my brightness is all the way up. Excuse me. Avast. Goodness. Avast. Look at that. I don't need that guy buffing. I don't know if he can buff these enemies, but I don't need him buffing them. Kind of crazy that these birds are like one of the most resilient enemies that I've had. Maybe they have high lightning resistance or something. I'm not sure exactly why they would be so tanky. Go ahead and fall off again. Thank you. Got Snake Man. Snake Man? Yeah. Try to fight him in here. Oh my god, dude! Out of the darkness! Pretty difficult for me to see right here, just because I have this big old light in my face. My face tracking to work. Smo's leggings, hawk ring. We still don't have a wearable ring, which is kind of insane. Like, I need to double check to make sure, but I'm pretty certain. That. Not necessary. Parrying dagger. I remember I tried to do a parry playthrough of Dark Souls 1, thinking that for some reason, like, it being Dark Souls 1 would be where parrying is its most competent. That's not the case at all. What the? Get off me. Done with you. It's fun until it's not, which is like the reality for all of those. God, I really need to get down there, but that's a kind of a sketchy jump to do. Who's in here? Hello? The fuck? Someone's running. Oh, hello. Die, Mushroom Man. I cannot see. I wish I had a skull lantern. Oh, it's one of those things, and... Ugh. Is that what I think it is? Oh my god, dude. This place sucks. Jesus. I don't have any, like, firebombs or... Goodness. This actually might be the best way of handling this. I'm still a little bit scared of the... I'm a little scared of these birdmen. Don't kill me. Fuck. Oh my god. That was my fault, but still, dude. Oh, still. Damn it. And Orlando Ruins continues to just be terrible. Hey, but we have the shortcut, so it's actually not bad. It is funny to me how the same areas that tend to be a pain in the ass in the base game end up being a pain in the ass in the randomizer, which tells me that it has to do with just the layout and the runbacks and the sheer number of enemies that you have to take on, rather than anything specific about the design. Obviously, and you know, I'd probably still take this over normal New Londo Ruins, because those ghosts, man, they are just the worst. There's probably a reason that they've, to my memory, never made another enemy that follows you through walls and like through terrain. Just because of how miserable it is in the New Londo Ruins. Alright. Do this song and dance again. My fault for being a little bit greedy in places, but like, come on. It's not like it's complicated to understand these guys' movesets. My fault for being greedy. Tempted to just try and run this. Worried that he might follow me, depending on how good his AI is. What the? Oh my god, he can throw! He's got an arm! Oh, well that is good to know. I guess I'm safe now, but... don't want him to chuck it from all the way over there and somehow... Stop. Okay, why do they get to do that after they die? Yeah, there's too many pillars. Fortunately. Not get killed by the, Oh, what the hell? I do not remember you being there. Okay. Play this smart. Ah! Excuse you. Only I'm the one that's allowed to be smart enough to attack their walls, thank you. Oh my god, no. Heal? Don't be dumb. Things are so tanky. Alright, what do we got left in... Oh! That's right. That's who was missing. Stop! Fucking noises. I'm also appreciative of the fact that this weapon is short enough not to bonk in most hallways. So what else we got in there? We got some... Oh, that's like a shield. Oh, he's not. bad as I thought he was going to be. These guys are like... Sure, if you let them do something in front of you, then... But... I'm gonna say, what I don't remember is if I can get over there. Yeah, go ahead and just jump. Oh, sir. Have a curse. Black fire bombs at 5,000 apiece. That's a tough sell, my friend. The basic hammer. Skeleton blacksmith. Better left in the hand. 15. Oh, and fire damage. 1,000 souls? Yeah, why not? It's good to have, just in case. But, yeah, that's gonna be a no for me, dude.
I am.
Give me a... I talk to you. I am guardian. No. Which... Well, hello. Yeah. So... We're left with one of two options, neither of which is particularly great. If I was more confident in my abilities to jump, then, well, you know, the run back's not that bad. This guy is gonna be a nightmare, especially in that hallway. So I think we gotta take a leap of faith. Oh, okay. Hello. Fighting you here. Oh, there was a fucking doorway. Idiot. I think I always do that when I play this game, is I forget that there's a door there. And that you don't have to make that jump, and I end up making it in. Half the time I end up failing. We're interested in getting these things. Spell stone plate. Honestly, that's probably the best thing that we have to equip. Holy. Most of the enemies here jumped off. We'll unlock. We'll drain the ruins. Back up here at top of the... Hello. You're who I'm hearing. I don't think that there's another item. Oh. You're not, like... Stop. There's really no items up here? Oh. There we go. Large soul of night. Okay. We're rapidly approaching the point in time where we have to, and we don't have the key for that. That is okay. I still stand by the choice to come back, or come down here. I still don't think I've managed to pick up... Oh, I did. I have one homeward bone. I really need to be rather judicious in my use of these until I find a new one. They are not all that common. There's perhaps... might be missing like one item here, but we're gonna have to come back anyway, so I'm not super concerned. Well, we may have to come back in. So I'm not super concerned with being like exhaustive at the moment. I'd like to use these levels to level up and be able to wield a better weapon. We're close. Let's see how many crunchies we have. We can crunch some boss souls too. We actually have quite a few things, and I guess we should just crunch the boss souls too, because there's not really any reason not to. We're not like using them for weapons. It's gonna be prohibitively difficult, so cool. We can get a ton of strength. Want some more health right now? No, we're just going strength. And that, if my calculations are correct, should allow us to wield Dragon Tooth. Yes. What is our dexterity? 9. So we just need 1 point in dexterity too if we want to try and do that. Now, problem. We are too heavy. Can I do it if I'm totally naked? No. That might be an issue. I don't think it's gonna be better than going on. Let's see, can we wear some armor? We have quite a good amount of like heavier armor. With the Great Lord, that's too big. I'd be expecting that. If we just do like this. Really? Our carry capacity is not nearly as good as I thought it was. Have much of anything in the way of rings. Okay. Still not going to the depths. Still not doing that. That feels like a mistake. That means our reasonable options are really? Okay. Our reasonable options are Sickness City and that's kind of it. Unless I'm missing something. And part of my motivation for not necessarily going down to the crypts yet is just because, like, if we're going to go down there, I'd like to do it all at once, and I don't necessarily feel like we're equipped enough to handle that in one fell swoop at this point. So I need to kill this guy or they're going to follow me. So I don't really want to be going in and out unless we find the Lord Vessel. And if we get the Lord Vessel, hey, good morning. Is Lily? Morning. Or Jackson? Do you prefer Jackson? How you doing? I thought this was a different guy here. A lot easier. I feel a lot more powerful than last time we were here. Being cursed, that is not helpful. Doing good. Thanks for asking. I'm glad to be here this morning. Been meaning to do these morning streams for a while now, but I just haven't gotten around to doing it, but finally did. Fuck! Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, usually I stream in the evenings, 1 or 2 times a week, but I'm hoping to make Saturday or Sunday mornings a more regular thing, and this is my first attempt at that, so thanks for being here. We are making our way through the randomizer pretty decently. I'm gonna go and check that guy. Today is my day off. Yeah, today is a weekend for me. Fuck. Not off all weekends. Like I do work next weekend, but not having any issues today. What about you? Is this your weekend? Some time to relax. Are you not following me? I'm dying to toxic. I just want to see if this guy has he does have homeward bones. Let me just buy 11 homeward bones.
Thank you.
We'll go soon. Well, that's all right. I appreciate you you stopping in. Sorry you got to work today. That sucks. Like I said, I worked last weekend. I'll be working next weekend. And so I get it. I get it. But after working, God, what, 14 days straight, more or less? Gonna enjoy my couple of days off. I got some sushi last night. Actually, no, I didn't get sushi. I got poke, which was pretty good. And I discovered that I left myself. Dude, okay, well. There's just one item up there that I've... What other games do I love to play most? In general? Really broad question. I like a lot of different kinds of games. I like RPGs. I've gotten really into more traditional RPGs. On stream? What have I played on stream in the past? I've played some weird old stuff. I like playing weird stuff on stream. Problem is, no one can find me whenever I'm playing weird stuff. So, right now I'm kind of on this Dark Souls randomizer journey. I'm planning on randomizing all of the like playing through all of the games randomized, which I think will be fun. But like I've played old point-and-click adventure games. I played a bunch of Flash games. That was a lot of fun. What else? I'm trying to think. It tends to be really relatively niche stuff. And but I was struggling so much. What am I trying to do right now? I don't think I need to go back that way. I think we're going to go down to Blighttown. I was struggling to come up with ideas of what to stream, like things that I thought were creative and interesting. And that was keeping me from streaming, and I wanted to stream. So I had to come up with something that was like... I had a plan, I had a schedule, I had an idea of what I was doing, and then hence the Randomizer Saga, as I'm calling it. And it's going good so far. I've had a good time doing it. I'm glad that it's not terrible and miserable and an agonizing experience. Yeah, it is interesting. At least I think so, and I think they're relatively fun for people to watch, even if they don't necessarily know what's going on with the Dark Souls games. Oh, you're in Cali? I'm East Coast. So it's whatever that is. I can't see a clock right now. It's like around like 10 or something right now for me. You're all the way back in Cali. I'm gonna get exploded on. All the way back there. All my friends are 1034. Yeah, there you go. That's my time. all of my friends are, because I'm from out west, all of my friends are on time zones that are varying degrees earlier than me. So I have several friends on the West Coast. I have several friends in Mountain Time. I have several friends in Central Time. So I'm like the earliest, which sucks because I don't get to play games with anyone anymore. Because I go to bed before everyone else gets on. Because I'm going to bed at 10 and it's like 7 o'clock on the West Coast. That kind of sucks. I hope that I will get to go back in that direction after not too long. What the fuck was that? Dad. Stop. Of all the things that those guys could drop, egg vermifuge is probably the most useless. But yeah, I don't know if you know anything about what I'm doing or Dark Souls randomizers, but I'm playing this and I've randomized all the enemies into other enemies and all the items into other items and all the bosses into other bosses. So it's kind of the task of making your way through the game. Oh god. Don't you dare. With those conditions. And sometimes it can get a little bit crazy. It's not. It really hasn't been too bad so far, which has been really nice. But there are rooms and situations and areas where things just get insane. Guys coming for me. Oh, hello, Balder Knight. How are you not dead? What the hell? Who's down there? Oh my god! Yes, I'm in Florida. I'll tell you where I am. History. But also, like, ew, Florida? Well, we're down here now, I guess. Had to come down anyway. Obsidian Greatsword. What the hell? Get out of here, worm. Terrible. Send me a request on Discord? Awesome. Thank you. I will get to that right after the stream. So I am making a dedicated effort to be more consistent with things. I don't have... Because my schedule's so variable, it's hard for me to say, like, oh, yes, I will be live at this time, these times on these days. You know, but... I'm aiming for a couple times a week. And the nice thing about these... Dude, I hate this enemy with every fiber of my being. The nice thing about these weekend streams is I can go for a lot longer than I typically would in the evening. Because if I'm doing it in the evening, I can do like 3 if I'm really aggressive with it. This sucks. This sucks. This sucks. Go, go, go. You know, I can stream for a good 3 or 4 hours at least on the weekends, whereas if I'm doing it in the evening, I can get 3 hours in, and that's if I come home. Damn it. That's if I come home and, like, shower, eat food real quick, and basically immediately start streaming. So. Also, it gets me up to work out in the morning. Also important. Which I didn't do this morning, but that's okay. I've been good this week, and my legs still are sore. Self a little bit of grace there. Hey, we should probably make an effort to get to the bonfire sooner rather than later. I don't want to get too far off the beaten path. Oh, hello. But not exactly who I want to be fighting over, but God, this lightning is so long. How long will I stream today? I don't know. I'll probably be on for another hour at least. I kind of just planned on going as long as it felt like. But we're probably looking at another hour or so. Gas flame ember is not helpful, but good to have. So let's get down to the bonfire. And that's mainly only because I'm planning on doing something in the early afternoon. There's a gaming shop nearby that's having kind of like a party. And so me and some friends are going over there and going to that because that'll be fun. I'm trying to think about what I'm going to buy, even though I probably shouldn't buy anything. But, oh god, I hate that these guys are spawning. I'm really tempted to get some Yu-Gi-Oh cards because I'm wanting to get back into collecting Yu-Gi-Oh cards. But that's going to depend on what sets they have. So, we'll see about that. You die? Oh yeah, you fell. Okay, well, we're stuck down here now. So let's hope that this boss is manageable. We can also try and make our way down to Ash Lake, though that seems inadvisable, frankly. Pyromancy. There's lots of pickups down here. And I don't have that many souls. Can I level up one? No. Not even close. We rapidly entered the 10,000s for a level up. Did you try Bloodborne? Bloodborne is my favorite game of all time. Unquestionably my favorite game of all time. I have a Bloodborne tattoo on my chest. Like, I love Bloodborne. It's my favorite Fromsoft game, and it's my favorite game ever. Stop giving me pyromancies! I don't need them. Okay, this was probably, like, not the best tactic to approaching this. Also, did you really have to spawn so many of these electric guys? I can also... I'm just gonna dive here. I can do both. I'm very scared about tabbing out here. But I know at times where it's loud, you probably can't hear me over that. So let me do this. I'm gonna turn down the sound effects. And now you should be able to hear me consistently. If I still need to turn myself up, I can. I'm happy to do that. But it was even a little loud on my end, so I don't have any issues turning it down. It does make the game a little bit quiet. Like, can't hear much of anything now, but you can give me some feedback and let me know what would be best. I'm planning on getting not a Steam Deck. I am planning on getting one of those at one point too, but a Stream Deck to help with audio management because it's such a pain in the ass. Yeah, I love Bloodborne. The theming of Bloodborne in particular is what sets it apart for me. Not that I don't like Dark Souls. I think I liked the gothic feeling of Dark Souls 1 a lot more than some of the follow-ups, though believe me, when we get to Dark Souls 2, there's going to be a lot of dialogue about Dark Souls 2 and a lot of defending Dark Souls 2 against the haters, because I am a Dark Souls 2 loyalist. I'm to the point where I've played it, because I have gone back and played it more recently. I am to the point where I can admit that it's not as good as I thought it was, but there are still things about it that I like a whole lot. But anyway, that's getting ahead of the conversation. Well, that wasn't particularly successful, and I'm starting to think that this running strategy is not going to be the best way of approaching this. Yeah, the theming and story of Bloodborne more than anything else is really what does it for me. I was having this conversation with my friends the other day. I think Bloodborne, and this is a relatively hot take. People can feel free to disagree, but I think Bloodborne is the best piece of cosmic horror media in the past 20 years. And, you know, I make that argument primarily... Jesus, this sucks. This place is terrible. If you throw ranged enemies down here, it immediately becomes just miserable. I would also love another Firekeeper soul. That would be kind of huge, because my healing is starting to feel a little bit mediocre. Oh my god. Dude, come on. They are the worst enemy. And there's so many of them. There's so many of these gargoyles. Stop! Oh, that's just throwing knives. I thought that was like a toxic dart or something. I will be really glad when I have a weapon that does a lot of damage that's not lightning based, so I can kill these guys more effectively, because I'm gonna die. I'm probably gonna die here. It's a vagrant, that's not an item. I don't really care about my souls at all. I'm just trying desperately to get as far as I can to get these items. Oh, and there's one of those, of course. Like, as if this needed to be any more of a pain in my ass. Yeah, I would pay unreasonable amounts of money for a remastered, or, you know, if we're being really greedy and really wishing against all hope, a remade version of Bloodborne on the PC. I would pay an inadvisable amount of money for it. It blows my mind that we don't have a PC port of Bloodborne, and I can understand that that's probably in large part due to a lot of the weird technical limitations around that era of gaming, and so like some oversights. But I hope, even though it's unrealistic, I hope that Sony's keeping that in their back pocket to probably move like the PlayStation 6. All right, you're good. You're good. Where's the entrance? Am I dumb? What is going on? There it is. Just not paying attention. This boss is going to be pretty... What this is going to be pretty significant. Because this is a mandatory boss fight. What we got? I don't know how I feel about this. I think it's better than fighting him in his normal arena. I don't like that his hitbox does that. Don't do that much damage to him, which is annoying. But, you know, if I can get underneath him and fight him like a dragon, I think we'll be okay. This screen shake is wild, dude. It's actually fine. Oh my god. I cannot see. I feel like I'm going insane. Yeah, it turns out this guy is... He ain't shit when you can get under him. So... everything that's going on right now is kind of... Okay. Hold on. Let's recalibrate here for a second. Because this was going really well until it wasn't for some reason. It's fortunate that the hitbox for that jump thing that he does seems to be in front of him, because that's where it expects you to be, or at least mostly in front of him. Just die, please. Thank you. Yes. Nice. That's a big win. Because that could have been a lot worse. Which I feel like is something that we're saying consistently throughout this entire... 20,000 souls seems really low for that. But I'm not sure if it's giving us souls based on what they should be or what the actual boss is. It's also kind of a gimmick. So maybe he does only give 20,000 by default. We will kindle the bonfire out here because why not? We have the humanity for it. I was like, where is it? That is quite the selection of enemies. Get one level up. Do we want to keep doing strength for the time being? I'm not sure we do. I feel like we need more endurance. Might as well kindle, even though I don't think it's going to be all that advantageous to me. Kindle. No. Let's go and check and see who Ceaseless Discharge is. We don't have much to lose at the moment, and everything to gain. There's also an item over there that we'll want to check. Goodness, I'm going to have to make some tea for these morning streams if I'm talking this much. Get my voice warmed up. We kind of look fucking sick as a human, I'm not going to lie. Like, with our mask and our just skirt pants. Ooh. Don't think the person spawns. The enemy spawns until we pick up the clothes. This could also be huge. Neato. That's interesting. It's a really good place to fight Neato, but the downside being he can't really kill himself in all likelihood. I don't think he jumps back at all. Hey, a Firekeeper soul. That's great. Love that. I don't know if we have the damage to kill him. Yeah, that's not great. Far enough away? Yeah. AoEs in Dark Souls 1 are really pretty short range, all things considered. Not like Elden Ring, where you gotta be another fucking county to avoid them. See, he's not making... Oh god, I was busy listening for the sound effects. I was like, is he muted? Is this just a glitch? I think it's a glitch because the sound effect volume shouldn't be that low. And without his ads, Nito is kind of a pushover, being honest. Excuse me? Ow. Look at that punish window. That beautiful Dark Souls 1 punish window. Okay. Okay. Well, this is going way better than I thought it would. Oh god. I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, this is totally manageable. If I could actually hit him, understand where his body is. You know, I've never really gotten the opportunity to... Okay. Okay. I've never really gotten the opportunity to look at Nito as like a model. He's very cool. I like him. Just like a whole body of skeletons hanging off his front. Yo, welcome back, Jackson. We're fighting Nito. We got a Firekeeper soul, and we beat what's it called, Demon Centipede or whatever, in place of Quelaag. So we're making progress at the moment. Things are going swimmingly. Gotta kick this guy's ass. No, die. Thank you. Barely used 3 Estus. It was perfect. Wonderful. Wonderful. And all the lava should drain too now, so we can go down there. What do the enemies look like? See anything terrible? Did I send you a request yet? No, not yet. I have to be very careful because I am playing the original Prepare to Die edition, not the updated one, and it, including the fact that it's running with mods, but just the game itself, does not like to be tapped out of. But I promise I will after the stream. You have my word on that. Because yeah, there's a decent chance that the entire thing just completely, like my entire stream just breaks if I try to do that. And also Discord's not even open currently. So I'll do it afterwards. I promise. Oh god, I don't want to get attacked by them. Actually, I don't need to... I want to keep pushing in this direction. I'm not sure. I am not certain. Get out of here. What are you doing? Don't need any shit. I don't think I'm going to continue doing endurance and probably some vitality as well. I don't think that what's-her-face over there sells much of anything. endurance is important for us to be able to actually wear and wield heavier items. Like, can we possibly Dragon Tooth? If we're naked? We're still slow rolling. That's crazy. What if we take off this ring? No. It's so heavy. Equip loads are insane in but this is really it's really proving my point. So I have long... I'm not necessarily going to sit here and defend it, because it's not super defensible, if we're being honest. But the addition of... Oh, sorry. Oh god, now I have to kill him. Sorry. I didn't mean to. I didn't want to. I guess I should say. I did mean to. But it's your fault for having the prompt be no by default. Got a sack. I defend the concept of... Oh, nice. Sure. I think she gives us an item if we join the Covenant. We need to join all the Covenants. At least until we find the Lord Vessel. What did it give me? See what that was. So, like, one of the ideas behind adaptability, even though it's not really, like, clear, and it's never stated outright or really made evident, but clearly part of the motivation behind adaptability in Dark Souls 2 was... It might have been a piece of armor. I'm gonna go digging for it. Was the fact that in Dark Souls 1, you have this situation where, okay, if I'm going to be a dexterity build, then I can equip the Uchi Katana, which is very light. You know, how much does the Uchi Katana weigh? Look at it. 5 pounds. Which gives me, and that's a perfectly competent dexterity weapon. And so I can dump all of my points into dexterity. I don't have to put as many points into endurance, because I don't need the equip load, or, by contrast, I can wear heavier armor, which gives me better defense. So, like, from a min-maxing standpoint, a dex weapon is inherently better than a strength weapon because it weighs less. And I can imagine that they looked at that and saw that... Rat! Get out of here. Oh, shit. We're fine. I can imagine they saw that and said, that's not exactly fair. That if I want to wield the Dragon Tooth, I can be completely naked with 28 stamina and still not be able to fast roll with the Dragon Tooth. Whereas a dexterity build could do that with significantly less stamina and put those points elsewhere and ultimately be more efficient. So we can't get that item in all likelihood unless we jump really well. And so I think that was probably the conceptual idea behind... Definitely can't get that item. Behind adaptability, making it so that in order to do a rolling build, like, if you wanted to do a rolling build, then you had to invest in a stat. And if you wanted to do a tank build, you had to invest in a different stat for that. I really don't think it was a bad idea. There's no way, right? There's no way. Let's do it with the other one and see how much damage we... Are we just like... So we definitely die if we grab that. But we might be able to grab it and... No, I don't think we're going to... The other one we can. So I think it was a decent idea. It really was. In terms of, like, balancing fairness of things. I guess the better solution is just to make better tools to support equip load. Oh, I meant to jump, but I clicked the stick in instead of hitting the B button. That's my bad. Debating if I should try for that one again. But I think this is a really good realization, or like visualization, of why that may have made sense in some weird way. But alas, here we are. I'm going to try that one more time, and I'm going to try and jump properly this time, rather than walking through, though. You know, we almost made it through walking through. The Royal Rat Vanguard. Got the mohawk and everything. Guess we just see how far we can get into Lost Izalith. Depending on what Fire Sage boss is. Okay, never mind. We can't do that, apparently. I think you can if you try and finagle it and get some like fire resist gear or something like that, but it's not worth slamming my head against right now. We'll work our way down here because there's also some good chests. I don't know if Lord Vessel... I'm an idiot. That was just terrible. I'm so sorry. Look at that lava texture. I don't know if the Lord Vessel has to be in a chest. I know it's not going to be on... It's not going to be a drop. It's not a random drop because enemies can only drop consumables. But I don't know if you can pick it up from like a random corpse or if it has to be in a chest. Look at this dude. Takes no damage. Constantly following me. I'm also trying to think about what boss checks we don't have. Like, what bosses we haven't seen. Still haven't seen Manus. Haven't seen Artorias. Haven't seen anything from the DLC, in fact. And now that I said that, I have this bad feeling that it's going to be like the Sanctuary Guardian or something. Haven't seen anything from the DLC. Haven't seen Iron Golem. Haven't seen the original Asylum Demon. Just gonna like not worry about that. Hey, Gwyn Soul. It's pretty cool. That's a good chunk of souls. That's like 50? Something like that. I won't crunch that right now, but it is good to have in our pocket. I don't even know how you get boss weapons in Dark Souls 1. Do you give it to the birds? Do you do that? Certainly not, right? Armor of the Glorious. We also have some Titanite shards. I should really check and see what this thing requires to upgrade. I haven't even bothered just because of how heavily it's been carrying us this entire time. This should just be a large Titanite shard. Yeah, because we have a good amount of Titanite shards and large Titanite shards. Leave me alone. Okay, this was a bad plan. Oh, there's one of those dudes. That's... Here. Oh, it's a vagrant. Fuck! They keep tricking me into thinking that they're items from afar. Ring of the Sun's Firstborn. Pretty sure that helps us in no way. We continue our journey of terrible ring pickups. What I wouldn't give for a Havel's ring right now. not letting you come up behind me, backstab me or whatever. Ever Sentinel, thank you for following. Welcome. Hope you are having a good morning / evening. Although I think it's probably getting... Oh, God. Bad. This guy. Bad news. I think it's probably getting pretty late for European time. I'm an idiot! Okay. You attack first. Thank you. He's not even that strong. What the hell are you? Oh, it's another shield dude. And just a shield hollow. I got going a little bit later this morning than I anticipated just because, oh god. I don't want to fight you! God. I don't think I really do enough damage to realistically kill one of these things. My best hope is probably getting him away from the chest. Doing all right for you? I hope I'm having a good stream. Thank you. I am having a good stream. It is a good Saturday morning. Ooh, fun helm. I was saying earlier, I have wanted to be doing Saturday morning streams for a long time, and just haven't gotten around to it for a variety of reasons. But on the weekends that I'm not working, I definitely want to make an effort to do either a Saturday or a Sunday morning stream. I can do them for longer rather than my weeknight streams, and it's just a different time slot. You know, some people don't have time or don't choose or don't think about tuning in the middle of the week, which is totally understandable. Please don't. Oh, that's right. Right. That's why that looks that way. Okay, well, that kind of makes our choice for us. Now it's just a matter of, ooh, we got to climb all the way back up out of here. I guess we'll go up through the other direction. Through the other direction of... why can't I remember the name? Plague City, whatever it's called. Fuck. We'll go the normal way. So I don't think if we get to the top of that, we're going to be able to get out of there into the depths. Because we don't have that key, I don't think. Check on that. I got distracted. But yes, things are going well. I'm happy to be here. Playing some Dark Souls. Glad you were able to join. Oof. Okay. Well, that was good progress. You know, that was I don't really exactly remember how we ended up on this trail. But happy with the way that most of it went. I want to put on this helm, even though slightly raises HP is not terrible. Oh, slightly raises equipment load is actually huge. I don't know how much it raises it by, but 71 versus 68, that might be enough. Still too heavy. That's crazy. That was very slow. Very slow. Right. Best time to mindlessly watch stream. Longer on unemployment. Ah, I get that. I get that. I remember... I was thinking about it. I've been trying to reconnect lately with a lot of old hobbies and practices. I don't know if it's just me feeling nostalgic or what's going on, but I used to watch a lot of Twitch. I used to listen to a lot of podcasts and like these gaming panel podcasts from back in the day. And I really enjoyed it. It was part of my like routine engaging with, you know, online creators in this way, where I would watch them and their friends kind of talk about things on a weekly basis. I've been doing that again recently. I've been really on a podcast kick, and it's got me feeling all sorts of ways, and I've really been enjoying it. So, but I get that because I don't know how I ended up having such a busy schedule. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but it just kind of snuck up on me, and now I'm like, wow, every night of the week I have something planned. I kind of have to block out time to stream specifically. I'm trying to balance my social life and my professional obligations and all that kind of stuff. Should probably be working on some projects right now, but like, I want to do this, and this is important to me, so that's why I'm doing it. I don't. It's weird, and I need to be better about this if I'm trying to like find other people to interact with on the platform. But I really don't watch that many streams. Not because I don't like it, but just because I do a bad job of keeping track of when people are streaming. And I've also always been a lurker. I am not the kind of person to like talk a lot in chat. And that makes it difficult for me to be... item over there, I think. Or is that a vagrant? I think that's a vagrant. No, that's the vagrant. That's an actual item. Stop! Oh my god. Please don't. Please don't. Oh my god. That's a real bummer. I don't know. I'm a lurker, and that makes it so people aren't super familiar with me. Because I don't hang out in chats, I don't talk a lot. I just kind of like to sit there and enjoy their content. Makes it challenging. But also part of why I wanted to do this and why I wanted to start streaming and VTubing and all of that kind of thing is because I wanted to push myself to be more engaged in that way. You know, I've struggled recently because, like, I really have had this compulsion to just completely retreat away from the internet. The modern internet. Modern internet is terrible. Old internet was so much better. And I've tried to figure out, but I also recognize that I'm at risk of just completely isolating myself from everything, and I don't think that's healthy, and that's not what I want. So I've tried to figure out ways to remain social and engaged without having to interact with like social media, I guess. And I think this is one good way of doing that because it's very small community based. Isn't like you just watching anymore, so you got to chat to count. Why is that? What's going on with that? Healthy to detox from the internet from time to time. Absolutely. I was really feeling it. And it happens every once in a while. Like, I would say a couple times a year I really just start feeling it, and I'm like, man, I gotta get off Reddit. I gotta stop just doom scrolling all day. And I'm like 5 days in at this point, and let me tell you, it feels incredible. It really, really does feel good. But like I said, I'm not necessarily trying to... It's the entrance to that. I'm all turned around at the moment. No, okay, it's up there. I've tried to, like... That's why I'm trying to build a community and like build connections with people in a purely online sense. Because I have good, like, personal relationships, I guess you would call it, but I feel like my private identity and my identity that I share with my friends and colleagues and coworkers and things like that are very different. And so I wanted to be able to make friends and join communities that are very much in line with my like actual personality. Hence the whole VTubing thing. Which doesn't count lurkers. Interesting. Like on view counts or just like in general? That's the first that I've heard of anything. It might it would kind of make sense, you know, to help mitigate like efforts at view botting and things like that. Don't know how successful I'm going to be with this strategy down here. Probably going to have to be a little bit more tactical about the way I'm approaching things. Really don't want to fight these explodey torch dudes either. Seems bad. Have any point? I know I have at least one because I remember picking it up. I have exactly one. Probably didn't really need to. But that's sad. But you know, knowing that it doesn't count lurkers, knowing that makes me more motivated to chat, and that's probably what they're going for. Oh my god, he followed me. That was not good. Okay, well, we'll approach that differently next time. Oh, Dark Souls 1. It does make me a little bit more motivated to actually chat if I'm not even being recognized, because I focus on people that are like smaller streamers, small chat rooms. I like that in particular, and I was inevitably going to be poisoned. I don't think there's a way for me to avoid that. And I want them to get the feedback. I want them to know that I'm there. Important. Few kinds of view counts, total count, and number of viewers that count to pay out for ad. Oh, that would make sense for like ad payouts. It's probably not counting people that are just idling. It probably only counts people who are like actively engaged at their computer. This guy's dropped gold pine resin. Because ad companies almost certainly don't want to pay for people that aren't like focused on that. So that would make sense. But all the more reason to do things. One of the nice things about where I'm at in my life, excuse me, is I am to the point where I can, fortunately, I'm fortunate enough to be able to afford subscriptions to streamers that I actually like. And since Twitch changed the requirements for subscriptions, it's nice that I can now subscribe to these smaller streamers to support them that way. That's really nice. I don't have to depend on their ad payouts, even though I'm certainly not like discrediting anyone that wants to support or has to support their people through ads. Of course, that's totally fine. Can I not get back up there? Come on. But it's nice that they've given everyone that option. It was always kind of frustrating, I think, to have... or it might not be everyone, I guess. I think there's... But the threshold for getting a subscribe button is now, like, much, much lower than it used to be. Which is nice. Because I know that's a big deal for a lot of people. And it would probably be a pretty big deal for me if I got to it, too. I don't think... No, that's coming down. That's a way down. That's not a way up. Oh, hello. Please don't bleed. I have very good bleed resistance at the moment. I don't know what the new requirements are. I think you just have to have a certain level of consistency, a fairly low threshold of followers, a fairly low threshold of average viewer, which is really the biggest barrier. It was a really interesting video that I watched. Probably... What the fuck? We're good. Probably done up a little bit for dramatic effect, but there was a big-time streamer who, and I'm sure it's also not the first time that someone has done this, there was a big-time streamer who made a new channel, like a completely new invisible channel, and documented their experience of what it was like trying to start streaming from zero without any recognition. And the big takeaway from it, which is something that anyone who's like actually tried streaming knows very well, is that the biggest challenge is just getting basic viewership, like a first few people to watch you, and some chat interaction. Because the difference between sitting here and monologuing for 2 hours straight and actually having a conversation with people is monumental. Not to have the option to sub. Yeah, I mean, I think it's very nice to, oh god. I'm gonna have to jump. Oh man. These guys suck. Oh my gosh. They always spawn in the worst areas, too. I think we leave that for when we get the key. But if we're going to go back up here, I need to have a plan of where I'm going. Tag team, seriously. I don't even think that was really my fault. I wasn't running from that much. I'm not sure where that rat came from. That was less than ideal. But these big rock swing unicorn shell dudes, I have no other idea how to describe them, are a real pain in my side. Yeah, it was an interesting video. Seeing, and it was somewhat validating seeing someone else recognize, like, oh shit, it's really difficult to start streaming and gather a viewer base and all of that. Because it is. Getting people's attention is very challenging. I don't really want to fight you. But that being said, all of that being said, so I used to stream on a different account, different setup, no VTube, like a long time ago. I think I started in 2015 and did it for 2 or 3 years, fairly consistently. I had like 500 followers or something like that. It was not a small... I didn't have high concurrent viewership. I'd typically get to like... If I was doing really well, I'd peak at like 9 or 10. But typically it was around like 3 to 5. Which is pretty good. Like that was a considerable, small, but much appreciated community. Twitch was obviously a lot smaller back then, but they have done a lot of things to help improve the experience for people who are trying to start streaming as compared to back then. Because back then, there were none of these little, like, brackets on the front page that's like, hey, here's smaller streamers that you might be interested in. Or here's some people that we think are doing a really good job. There was like no effort to advertise smaller streamers whatsoever. It was all like, we're going to push you to the biggest people on the platform as much as possible. Oh, inside. And nowadays they have a lot of those things. They're obviously doing a lot to try and support the smaller streamer community and support people that are trying to make a hobby of it. Much better now than it used to be. Visibility, even though it's still not great, things like tags didn't exist back then. It wasn't a thing. And so now you can search for tags that you're interested in. And so if people are interested in VTubing specifically, they can search for the VTube tags and find me and scroll through. That's how I've encountered... Oh. Well, this bonfire's out as an option. I can't get to... I maybe should have considered that before I did this, but we're here now. Definitely is hard, especially since you're competing directly with bigger streamers. It is. Like, I really think the viewership demographics are like two completely different groups of people, which is totally fine. But you have the people who are looking to go into an established stream with an established community and, like, participate in that community. And it doesn't necessarily mean that they're interested in the biggest stream in the world, but they're not interested in going in and specifically dialoguing with the streamer individually, like you are with me. Some people just want more of a community experience. And then there are other people who are interested in going in and having those one-on-one conversations with streamers. And that's the challenge, is you have to have people come into a stream. Can you... Okay, don't be an idiot and die to this guy. Challenge is you have to have some people that are willing to do that and go into the streams with no one in them in order to make a community. That's the way that works, and that's really the primary challenge of it. Because I think once you have your legs under you a little bit, once you have a few... I keep checking this, and I don't think he sells anything. Oh, I do want to see... So that's a dragon scale. Interesting. Obsidian Greatsword is also dragon scale. Dragon Greatsword is dragon scale. We definitely need some dragon scales. Demon's Great Axe is only Titanite, which is very interesting. This is Twinkling Titan. Can we wield the Demon's Great Axe? I don't think we can. I think we're slightly too...
I'll be seeing you then. Be careful.
But the Obsidian Greatsword might be a good idea. 16 dex? It's scaling. It has no scaling. That's interesting. High base damage, but low requirements with no scaling. Like I said, I don't think we can... Oh, we can wield it with two hands, but we're still probably going to run into the same issue that we did with Dragon Tooth, because Dragon Tooth is how heavy? 18? Yeah, this is heavier than Dragon Tooth. I think we will continue to hold off for the moment, but good to know.
Well, hello. I'll be seeing.
Repair.
Well, you need.
What am I trying to do?
Get
What am I?
killed.
Where am I going?
Neither of us want.
I'd like to kill the Gargs, but I can't yet, I don't think. Not until I have better damage up. Might be able to do Demon Fire Sage. The challenge is the run sucks. But it could be worse. So let's go and do that. Let's try that. You ever played Dark Souls yourself? Really? What kind of games do you like to play? I always like to hear, because I get a little bit in my gaming bubble. I have the games that I play and that I think other people enjoy playing. Like, to me, I know that it's not... Wait, this is not the way that I want to be going. Literally the opposite. I know that a lot of people play, like, sports games. Older Xbox games? Tell me more. Are we talking, like, original Xbox, Xbox 360? Because I love 2000s game. Like, mid-2000s. I also like retro games a good amount, but I really just love the mid-2000s era of video gaming because it's just so weird. Did just buy Silksong. I am probably in my downtime this weekend going to restart Hollow Knight and play through that, because I have a mixed opinion on Hollow Knight. I've heard Silksong is different enough that I may enjoy Silksong even though I didn't enjoy Hollow Knight. But I'm going to play through Hollow Knight again, and then after that I'm going to buy and play Silksong, because I am interested in it. I want to support Team Cherry because I think they're good people that do good things. And the game is $20, which is fucking crazy. Just insane. But yeah, I love older games with just like weird stuff going on in them. Some of the games aren't available. A lot of Xbox 360. Do you use original hardware? Like, do you play them on an original Xbox and 360, or do you emulate them? Though the fact that you're saying some aren't available makes me think that you're probably looking for original hardware, which is sick. I love that. I remember there was this one, I stumbled upon a random channel, not like a YouTube channel, just like a Instagram Reels or YouTube Shorts or something. That was this one guy who would play like 360 games and still try to find lobbies on like Modern Warfare 2 and stuff, which I think is so cool. There's something about that. Like I said, I'm very gravitated towards a rejection of a lot of modern like internet and gaming practices and sort of a regression towards that stage. And there's something that it evokes very specific and happy feelings in me thinking about that. I just love that era of games in general. I won't be too cynical and old about it all, but get mad enough to buy it. Old system and games, yeah, I get that for sure. I want to collect all of the old systems eventually, but I was just saying, like, I don't necessarily think, even though I have a lot of old hardware. Okay, so strategy here, I'm going to see if we can drop attack the Demon Fire Sage in the same way that you can the original Asylum Demon, because I think you should be able to. We're going to get poisoned here. It's what happens. But we're going to wait this out, and then we're going to fight the Demon Fire Sage. Monster Hunter Worlds and Gears of War 4 Horde mode. You know, I've never played any of the Gears of War games. And I was an Xbox player back in the day. I just never picked any of them up, but I've heard that they're very good. And I would probably enjoy the I would probably enjoy playing the campaigns at this point. Because like I said, I really like just games in general from that time period and the way that they felt. Tell me about the Xbox One's backwards compatibility, because I'll admit I was never so motivated to... I was never really in the market to buy an Xbox One or a new-gen console, period. So I didn't look too deeply into it, but I am curious, because I know that they had... maybe I'm making this up. Maybe this was a rumor that I'm perpetuating, but I feel like at some point I heard that Xbox One, you could put 360 and original Xbox discs in, and it would like validate the game code and give you a digital copy of it for free. That could be like totally not true. But I always thought that was a real legit way of doing backwards compatibility, and I wish that was just the expectation. You know, I wish... Oh, my ears are gone. How long have my ears been gone for? No. No. They'll come back eventually. Dark Souls eats my ears for some reason. Can I? They're on my hotkey bar. That's all right. They probably haven't been here all stream. I always wish that that was the expectation. It would obviously be very pro-consumer, and that's why no company would ever do it, but it would be really, really cool if they recognize the fact that you own this, and it would also support the secondary games market. If I could just pop in something and be like, oh yeah, you own that game, let me just give you a digital download of that. Do that as a quirk to prevent everyone from getting free older games by passing around this. That makes sense. You know, it would have to it would have to bind it to a certain account, which is probably fair if we're being realistic. I hadn't considered that as a byproduct of that. And it would be kind of lame if you bought a used game and it was like, sorry. Turns out that that's actually not your game. I feel like this music is really loud. I need to turn it down. Ow. Please don't, like, jump up here. No, you can't jump up here. It's the... Oh, you can. Okay, that was not nearly as much damage as I was hoping it would be. But it's maybe enough if I don't get completely obliterated on this ladder every single time. The other strategy might just be to try and get him to... Oh, come on. Allows a digital patch that runs the older game. You know what? I'll still give him props for even trying. Wow, that sucks. Can I just get you to jump off, like, backwards? Yeah, I feel like I can. And this probably would have been the easiest strategy to do to begin with. See ya. Later, King. Yeah, I don't know how it works either. But good on Xbox for at least having some of that. 3,000 souls, you shouldn't have. So I guess it does give me the amount of souls that the original boss would have given me instead of the boss that I just killed, which is probably appropriate from a balance standpoint. Yeah, the key to that. Strange. Solaire, you got the yellow hat.
Wow.
Whoops. No, I want to join you. I need to join you. Yes.
The way. Wow.
Shit, god damn it.
Oh.
Why would you ask me multiple prompts?
This pleases me. We are amidst the flow of time. There's not like to.
It's interesting that it's still the white sign soapstone. Because I would love to be able to buy a modern console and have access to a lot of my older games. I was complaining about Nintendo to my friends yesterday because it feels like Nintendo should have a long time ago been able to achieve this with how homogenous and how much control they have over their entire library. But it's quite the opposite. Aren't because of licensing agreements. Yeah. Like the old Punisher Mech Assault. That would make a sense. I've heard about the Mech Assault not being backwards compatible before. Yeah, that would make the most sense. I do wonder how that's handled for studios and, you know, publishers that don't exist anymore. I guess that's just kind of a legal limbo that most people that you just can't really do anything about. which kind of sucks, but that's why game preservation is important. Because otherwise these things are lost to time. Well, what we have left as an option to us in terms of progress. We can go down below here. Finally open up this entire path, and after this we will have... We're missing a key somewhere, obviously. I guess the next thing we should do is we should go back to Undeadburg. Make sure we tackled everything there. We've been pretty exhaustive in the later areas, but I think the earlier areas need a little bit more attention. I'll have to check out that list, though, because I am curious. But like I said, I'm not necessarily in the market for a new console. I'm looking to buy a new PC here relatively soon. Make things easier for me. It's definitely time I get an upgrade, and then I can kind of run a dual PC streaming setup if I fancy about things, even though I'm sure that has its own variety of complications. Don't you dare. Okay, well. Bear. Teddy bear game where you're a serial killer shooter on a peaceful island. Was that published? Was that like on a disc? Or was that like an Xbox Live? Because that sounds like an Xbox Live Arcade kind of thing. I can't imagine that would ever have actually been greenlit to make. Back during that era of... Man, Xbox Live Arcade... Love that. Just downloading some random-ass demos, playing them at night while on voice chat with your friends. Still have the disc in the case? That is crazy. What an amazing era of games. I mean, obviously that's like not. Probably wasn't the best thing, but I support it existing. Fuck you! Fuck you. I need to rest at that other bonfire. Although I'm not actually sure it's all that much closer. 2006 was advertised in a game magazine? That's so 2006. That is so edgy, but just sanitized enough. Like, I mean, this was the era of like Postal and stuff like that, so when GTA was still a very provocative title and concept in the gaming atmosphere. I'm trying to think of other things from that specific era. That's very funny. And I like that you have the disc too. That's a truly unique collector's item. And that's the kind of stuff that I would collect. I'd be like, no, I don't really care about all this. I mean, okay, I'd be lying if I said I didn't care about collector's editions of old and iconic stuff, but at the same time, I think it's a lot more interesting to have a collection of things that people have never seen or heard of rather than just rare items necessarily. You wouldn't be the one stupid enough to drop off the ledge, would you? Very careful about this. Damn it. Where are you at? All right, round two. Go. Better. It is sad when certain media just gets forgotten about. I care very... I'm a very strong supporter for games preservation and media preservation in general. I think maybe it comes because I have a little bit of a digital, like, pack rat tendency about me, where I just feel, well, this was successful, I guess. I worry about those sort of things. Like, sometimes I think about YouTube channels that haven't had anything posted on them that were like very, very dear to me back in the day, back in early YouTube. And sometimes I think about them and worry, like, what if the creator just decided to take it down? Or what if they got hit with a rogue copyright strike by some random studio that bought up the rights to the music on this old game that no one has, like, done anymore, or like no one has cared about in a long time, but this one person streamed. What if they just copyright struck their whole channel? Like, that's, I'm not gonna say it gives me like active anxiety at all times, but it's definitely something that I think about, and it makes me want to like hoard those things and preserve them. God, this is terrible. This is not a good, like, initial area to come to. I think I underestimated how bad this was, actually. Right? Like, it's happened before, and you hear about it, and it reminds me that I, like, need to go in there, and particularly these old YouTube channels that haven't had anything posted on them in like 13 years, that were very important to me, or with creators that have, like, passed away, or just aren't around anymore, kind of vanished like that. That's the kind of stuff that I worry the most about. I don't know how necessary. I guess this is the best way to do it for the moment. But yeah, that shit, like, definitely 100% happens. God, there's more dogs! Okay. It's a good thing after you're toxic, that guy actually doesn't really matter all that much. I don't even think I have the key to this door. Yeah. Oh, it doesn't even open from this side. Well, it's not helpful. Check and see it gone. Yeah, and it doesn't even tell you what it was. Like, that's the part that bugs me the most about it, is other than the tragedy and the feeling that, like, some piece of creative art has been lost, but, like, I wish it at least told you what the video was, what it was titled, because sometimes it's just a topic that I was interested in, and I saved it for later because I want to be able to explore the topic some more. But it's like, nah, this just doesn't exist anymore. Get over it. Specifically because you enjoyed it. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe, I guess, in some capacity it's better that it doesn't tell you what it was, so you don't have to feel sad about it forever, but yeah, it sucks. Why I was looking at to you know, go back to my pack rat tendencies. I was looking at server bays, like hard drive bays, whatever you call them. I don't know. I'm not an IT person. Where you just, like, slot a bunch of hard drives into them. No, I want to be angry. I want to get mad at you too. You know what? Honestly, that's the correct and appropriate reaction. I was looking at that the other day because I really am. I'm also just sick. Again, this is a rant on new internet because apparently that's our theme today. I'm really just sick of stuff not being available to me. I'm sick of, like, wanting to watch a movie, and oh, this movie was on, you know, it was on HBO Max a couple months ago, but now it's not, and now it's only on Paramount Plus or whatever. Like, I'm sick of that. I want to have access to the things that I have access to. I sort of miss the experience of sitting down and browsing through my DVD collection, my Blu-ray collection, and like picking out something to watch and knowing that I can watch that at any point in time. So I do think I'm going to start very soon developing a robust collection of online media of various kinds, or digital media of various kinds, and I'm just gonna like collect it in a bunch of hard drives. Can you not? Can you actually not, though? Oh my god, thank you. I even had the thought of like, and currently the major and primary benefit of my music being on my phone or my music streaming through YouTube Music is like the fact that I get to, this even wasn't even the place that I was thinking about going. What the fuck? Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate that. Is that it's Bluetooth and it connects to my car automatically, which is like, I just got killed by a fucking worm. See, I was trying to get down there. That's where I thought I was going. But that's not even the way you approach that, which makes this a lot easier, actually. Yeah, the primary benefit of my music being on my phone is that it connects to my car via Bluetooth, and that's convenient. And I guess that I do get recommendations for new stuff. But there was I did have a slight compulsion the other day. I was like, man, what if I just like got an MP3? Would that be crazy? Would it be like ridiculous to what the fuck? To just download and have a collection of music instead of streaming it. Although, frankly, streaming music is like the least of my concerns when it comes to digital preservation. It's mainly other forms of media. Stop selling movies and shows on Microsoft Store because of like they didn't remove from your library, even though it's only like 8 movies. Well, that's nice. I'm glad they didn't get rid of them at least. I do feel like I need to get over there because I think there's an item up. There's an item up there. Maybe? I don't actually see one. Oh, no, I think it's outside. That's right. Old songs and phones and SD cards. With no cell reception, you still have something to listen to. That's smart. My phone caches, like, I don't know how much it is. It's like 5 or 10 gigs of music. And so, yeah, like when I end up on a plane, is Blood Bite good? Not terrible. Like when I end up on a plane and I didn't download any podcasts or anything, then I still have some music that I can go through. It tends to be like my 100 most listened to or 100 most recently listened to or something like that. Rapier. Your old iTunes library. Oh man. Yeah, that's what you get to make that jump. So many catalysts. I can cast all the spells. Let me try. Wait, how do I get there? That's not... Because that's below me right now. That would suggest that I need to go down here, access it from here, but that's not... Oh. Go. Cage key. That is good to have. Not exactly what I was looking for, but good to have. Just did that recently with YouTube Music. Yeah, YouTube Music has come a long way. It used to be... The weird thing was Google Play Music was really good. It had a lot of good functionality and features, and I liked the interface and the way that you manage stuff. It was really good. And then they switched to Google Play Music, or YouTube Music. This was a good number of years ago. And it lost like 50% of its functionality, which was bizarre. And then they finally gotten around to the point where, like, I really like YouTube Music. I think YouTube Premium in general is like a really good value, but YouTube Music in particular is a very good music streaming platform, and I feel like a lot of people don't actually recognize that it's as good as it is. Because you can add anything, and it has podcasts and like you can add random niche YouTube videos, and it'll give you like an audio only version of it. It's great. Ugh. I feel like these guys do that fire attack way more in the randomizer than they ever do in the actual, like, normal. What if you just died? Not really letting me get behind him. And that stunned me. Fuck! Notice how you had some smart downloaded music. Yep. Yep. I don't remember when I noticed it either, but you're right. It hasn't been that long since they've been doing it. It's a nice feature. Much appreciated. So, I really do need to get an SD card for my phone, because I realize my phone's storage capacity is like almost full. But I'm kind of wary of it because I had an SD card corrupt years ago, and I lost like a bunch of pictures and stuff like that, and I was a bit displeased with it, honestly. Not the SD card in general, just the fact that I had it corrupt. That was really disappointing to me, and that's the first time I've ever had... I think that's the first time I've ever had something corrupt. I've had saves corrupt before, but I don't think I've ever had an actual SD card or piece of storage. These old monster movies, which has a good number of... The YouTube... I agree, and the YouTube free library is actually... you know, to your point, I can't necessarily call it good, because a lot of the stuff on there is super cheesy, and or it's like a bunch of old 80s movies and stuff like that. But it is more than competent. Oh my god, this is terrible. This is terrible, this is terrible, this is terrible, just run. Yeah, it is more than competent. If you were stuck in a post-apocalyptic wasteland and all you had access to was the free YouTube library of movies, it would be like you'd be all right. You'd survive. Resident Evil 4 always corrupted. You have to save like 3 save files. That's... I do remember... Was that... I don't remember which game it was. Get over there! Thank you. Yeah, there have been a couple of games that I've had in my history that specifically have always had save issues. I do remember... Ooh, another key. Sewer chamber. Where the hell does that go? Sewer chambers. That's not the door to in the sewers. That just must be something else in the sewers. Fuck. 'Cause I don't think it opens this gate here. I'll check. Feel like streaming services have too much? Yes, they absolutely do. Just your opinion. I mean, I agree with that. Like, my favorite streaming platforms are not like, I don't pay for Netflix. I have Amazon Prime, but that's for the Amazon functionality, and I need to cancel it. But I always find myself like ordering more stuff from Amazon, so it kind of, I guess, is valuable in some way. Don't push me off, please. That's all I care about. But like, my favorite streaming platforms are Crunchyroll, which can be a little bit overwhelming, but I'm very specific with my anime taste, so it works out. And I forgot I can't use the bonfire here. Well, I think we're definitely in a position where we have to start looking at going down into the depths. But I really don't want to do that until I have the bonfire here. Yeah, I like Crunchyroll, and I like Shudder. Shudder's my favorite platform. It has kind of the same thing that you're talking about going on with YouTube, where it's like, it's not so extensive that you get overwhelmed, and it's also not so like high quality that you can't sift through it to find the things that you're interested in watching, and it gives you some of that jank. Like, I was talking about this movie on Shudder called Yellow Brick Road, which is like, it's like if this is the way I describe it to my friends. It's like if you had a film student do their like thesis project before they had taken any film classes. They just have this person show up, and it's like, you want to be a film student? Great, make a movie. Because it's a full like 90-minute movie, but it's just, it breaks every rule of movie making that exists, and it's kind of hilarious, but it's also kind of miserable. Shudder is it's a horror movie platform, and its collection is very seasonal because it gets movies that other platforms, like, it picks up movies in the off season. It doesn't have a lot during the horror season necessarily because other larger platforms are paying for the movies, but sometimes it picks up stuff when those platforms are not in spooky season, like we are right now. Yeah, I don't like supporting Amazon really in basically any capacity, but I've made an effort to, where possible, to go out of my way to like not support them, but there are some ways that it's really just not realistic, and it's hard to argue with the convenience of things. Like, for example, I had a package that wasn't delivered, and I just went onto Amazon, and like, no questions asked, they gave me a refund for the undelivered package that ended up turning up like 3 weeks later. So, but like that level of convenience and communities and like customer support, it's hard to argue against that. And you're right, they have everything available, like anything you need. Like, if I'm gonna order a Stream Deck, I can get that there. I guess I could go onto Elgato's website and order it from them. But, you know, the crazy thing is, a lot of times I've looked on the manufacturer's websites for these things, and it's more expensive than it is on Amazon, which just reinforces the fact that they need to be, like, we need better enforcement of antitrust laws and all of that sort of stuff, because you shouldn't be so big that you can undercut, like, everyone and sell things not necessarily at a loss, but like take advantage of your massive capital. Anyway, I don't know. I'm not gonna get into it. What the fuck am I doing? There's got to be something that's available to me right now that I haven't done that I can do. Yeah, it is. It is a crazy world to live in, and like I said, I'm not just gonna be one of those people that like has Amazon Prime on auto renew indefinitely. But while I'm currently, because I'm kind of in the process of building up my apartment and my collection of things that I want, and so when my spending slows down a little bit, then I will cancel it, because I haven't even logged into it on my TV. I don't know what's on there worth watching, though I heard Hannibal's on there. That's kind of interesting to me. Okay, we need to strategize here a little bit. So we can't access the depths. We have killed everything we can that's immediately accessible to us. We can't get to Anor Londo. We could theoretically maybe ring this bell, but we don't have enough damage to really pull that off. So we can't get up to Sen's Fortress. We can't do any of that. I mean, the other option is just go down and try and clear out the rest of... But I really don't want to do that, and I don't want to go down to Ash Lake. Shit, man. I guess we gotta do the depths, or the catacombs. I don't really see much of an alternative option. But yeah, clothes shopping is also really difficult. I've kind of redone my wardrobe, and I've made an effort to first off buy like higher quality stuff, and also not shop for clothes on Amazon for a variety of reasons. Now, once again, the return policy is very, very convenient, but it's just really difficult to find... Sleeping if you ring one of the bells. It's really... I have very specific style, so that makes it challenging to begin with. I hate that they won right here. This is like the worst combo of people that have to fight. So it's hard enough to find clothes in my style to begin with. And then, like, a lot of the places, like, for example, I'm going to order a jacket, a specific kind of jacket, and if I order a nice high-quality one off of a website that's, like, designer clothes of this specific style, wow, there's a Zweihander. Do we pivot to the Zweihander? Or at least upgrade that a little bit? That might be a play. That might be a play. It's gonna be like $200, which I'm gonna pay because it's worth it, and like for the quality and the design and all of that. But I mean, compare that to the $30 version, which is recognizably inferior quality. It's hard to make an argument for that, right? All t-shirts. Yeah, pants sizing is a nightmare for me because I'm like really skinny, and so I need like a 28 waist and then like a 30 long because I'm not particularly tall. Have one when you need three. Yeah, exactly. And shoe shopping, oh my gosh, I wear a really small like shoe size, though I feel like there's been an inflation in like men's shoe sizes over my lifetime, because I used to wear like an 8.5, and now I consistently wear like an 8 or even like a 7.5 depending on the fit. And I can't half the time you just can't find shoes in that size, so I have to order them. Hell, half the time I order like women's shoes just because they have better designs and I can actually find them in a consistent sizing. Hi, April. Welcome. I hope you're having a good Saturday. Thanks for joining. Glad you're here. How are you? So yeah, clothes shopping. What? That actually wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. I'm tired of you people. Not you guys. Not you, Chad. These dudes. Okay, so that is not that terrible. We can fight out of here. So we can definitely activate this bonfire. Yeah, clothes shopping is a nightmare. Do we want more strength at this point? Or vitality, endurance? Maybe we keep going endurance for the moment. We can get to like 35, maybe. But yeah, welcome. Glad to have you. Things are going well here. Generally, I may be speaking too soon. But hopefully we don't end up in too precarious of a situation down here. I am. It is a great Saturday. It is. It is. I was a little bit lazy this morning, but that's okay because I've been working hard the rest of the week, and I thought that I deserved it. I slept in 6:30 instead of waking up at 5 like I usually do. You're easy to kill, right? No, I lied. I lied. Ugh. What are these humanity dudes? I feel like I've seen the same 3 enemies this entire game. It's all pitchfork men and big crystal dudes and silver knights, and like maybe a couple of others. Titanite chunk, that's good. Pillsbury Halloween cookies. I couldn't find the roll. Do they not sell the rolls of them anymore, or is it just like the little squares? Because I buy the little squares when I'm looking for cookie dough to eat. Even though I do like the texture of the rolls more, but that I have a difficult time controlling my portion size when I have the rolls. Oh, hello, Black Knight. Be nice, be nice. But I didn't see them last time I was at the store, and I really want to get a roll of them so I can make some. Those are so good. And Halloween is my season. Can you not? That's not how spears work, bud. Only saw squares? That's what I'm saying. Lazy every day? That's a great way to be. Every day that's possible to be lazy should be a lazy day. But you have class today and Sunday. Gross. Weekend class? What is this, summer school? But no, it's cool. Hopefully you enjoy your classes. I remember there were a couple of times I had weekend class in college. I'm just fucking making noises here. I've seen the rolls of other cookie types, right? Like, but I only saw the squares. I'm gonna have to have a serious discussion with Mr. Pillsbury himself if there ain't some rolls. You don't celebrate Halloween there, really? I guess I shouldn't be so surprised. It's very much a Western thing. I love Halloween. It is my favorite holiday. So where are you from, April? If you're comfortable sharing that information. I'm always curious to know where people are from. Weekend school and no Halloween. That indeed. Yeah, I went to Spirit Halloween the other day. First off, it was one of the best Spirit Halloweens I've ever been in. Which... It wasn't necessarily the biggest, but it felt like the selection was still organized. It's also like well in advance of Halloween, so it may have been the fact that it hadn't been picked over and like thrown into disarray by the seasonal shoppers yet. But I had a really good time walking around it and exploring. And I got a spider pillow. Got a big, fluffy spider pillow. I saw him, and I could not possibly leave without him. Your major's really strict? Oh, man. I feel you there. I worked really hard in college, and I don't regret it. I don't really regret anything about my decisions or experience of college, other than, you know how you cannot regret something and still wish that you had a different experience, or still wish that you didn't miss out on a specific experience? That's kind of the way I am with college. I loved the college that I went to. I loved all of my experiences and everything about it. I loved that I dedicated so much time. Where did you come from? You apparated into this place. But at the same time, I can't help but feel like I didn't miss out on some experience. Thailand? Very cool. I have a friend. This is the only meaningful thing I can say about Thailand from a personal standpoint, but I have a friend who's traveled a lot, and he said Thailand was his absolute favorite place to travel to, and he would live there if he could. No Halloween in Thailand. That is interesting. I'd be interested to know about Thai holidays and the kind of things that they celebrate. Don't want to drop down there yet. Or okay. What are you? Oh, I thought you were a wheel skeleton, but you're not. You are one of these dudes. Don't celebrate that much like trick-or-treating. Yeah. Trick-or-treating is much less of a thing here in America, too, like, as compared to when I was growing up. It makes me very sad. I wish it was not the case, but not a whole lot of trick-or-treating anymore. Don't you dare! But yeah, I kind of wish I had more of the party college experience. Stab me. It's a black knight. And a toxin dude? Oh, fuck. This might be a good opportunity to use one of these. Go. Should be able to handle the rest of this. When no one shows up, gets more for me. That, but like, not even in a cheeky manner, because I live in an apartment and I never get trick-or-treats. And as sad as it makes me, like, after a couple years, I just stopped buying. Like, I stopped expecting it, and I stopped buying candy anticipating trick-or-treaters. Again, very sad. I hate it. But, and I would just buy some candy for myself. Live by the beach on an island when you were a kid. That sounds like such a nice place to grow up. I hope. Very scenic at very least. What are you? Crawled through the sky. April, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Glad to have you here. This is why, a large part of why I wanted to try and make an effort to stream in different time zones, because I know that some people, and on different days, because I know that there are other people coming around. So very glad to have you here. Thank you. I certainly hope that your weekend of studying is tolerable. What are you studying? Sounds rigorous. Whatever it is. but I can certainly relate to being very focused on studying. That, and you know, less so than college. I do regret. Okay. That. Can I drop down there? I can, can't I? That was close. That was really... I regret taking high school so seriously. It obviously did well for me in my like life and getting through things, but I wish I had spent a lot more time with my friends in high school. I don't know where I'm at. Oh, it's what's his face. And I do have some homeward bones to use here. Oh, sir. Do you sell anything? No. I want to give you that.
What was that?
Oh my god. God, his voice lines are completely scuffed. Yeah, you can take that. Purchase. He sells purging stones, titanite shard. Wow. Nothing. He sells a ton of titanite shards though, and they're very cheap. Let me get like 20. That should be plenty. Right? Yeah, 20 should be enough. Okay. Well, cool. I'm glad we ran into him. I'm also kind of glad that he didn't have anything that was like particularly necessary, but yeah, high school definitely did have the best memories. Not all of them good. You know, oh god, there's so many dudes here. Whatever. Let's just run to the boss and see what the boss looks like. Wow, this is really dangerous. Holy shit. I guess it's not necessarily more dangerous than it normally is, but Jesus. Always try to be a people pleaser. I know exactly what that's like. I've been doing a lot of work on myself trying to, yeah, as you say, like not doing that as much. I think it's, I recognize the ways that it has. Is this vanilla pinwheel? No, it's Priscilla. Oh, nice. We actually have some water to see her. That's kind of cool, actually. And pinwheel? Wait, what's going on here? I don't understand. Oh, it's the illusion. It's the pinwheel illusion. But she friendly fires them, which is hilarious. Yeah, I've been working on not investing so much of my self-worth in other people's like opinions of me, because as you said, it's done really well for me, like being successful professionally. I mean, I'm like well recognized, I'm very successful, I have a lot of people that like me, but I've realized that it is ultimately like hollow. I'll give you a very like personal example. Let you in on kind of like some picture of my life. This last year I won a couple of awards for performance at work, and like I got them and I came home and I just like cried. Like it wasn't satisfying for me to have those, because the experience of trying to, oh god, I don't have a lantern to navigate my way through here. This is a night. But the enemies will hopefully be a little bit better. I don't have a lantern, right? guess I should check and make sure before I do this. It's like ultimately that's not an effective way of. Sorry, I'm like trying to do two different things at once, and I just yeeted myself into the Tomb of the Giants. Awesome. It's not a good way to live, like basing your own self-worth around other people's perception of you. It just because you'll never be satisfied that way, and so I've been working really hard to not be so focused on that and to derive my sense of self-worth from other places. Yeah, that's the other. You're absolutely right. Like it burns you out really quickly. I had an issue at work recently where I was realizing like, okay, the fact that I took this on is really causing me to feel a little bit burned out. How do I change that? I don't know how I missed that one. I'm gonna do the stupid thing and try and run through this. It's probably gonna bite me in the ass, but we're gonna see. Like that's the problem is people you take on work to impress people and to like have your ego satisfied, and then people are like, oh well, they're cool with doing more work, so we'll just give them more things to do, and you take it on because you're like, oh yeah, sure, no, I want to impress people, I don't want people to be disappointed in me, and then you're suddenly overburdened with it. You gotta hold like healthy boundaries with that kind of stuff. But it takes some time to learn that it's okay to do that. And it's hard for people who are raised in that system like us to do. Yeah, I definitely know where you're coming from. Gosh. This is quickly turning into the disaster that I expected it to be. And my lack of memory regarding how to navigate this place effectively certainly isn't doing me any favor. Can I jump that way? I totally can. But am I screwed here? No, because this is what I need to do. I don't like being a people pleaser and don't like how to talk or act. I don't know how to say no or communicate and just let them know it's me. Yeah, it's tough. And really the answer to that is you have to start saying no. I know it sounds obvious, but once you start saying no, you understand that you'll learn that people are like, "Oh, okay. That's fine." People don't a majority of people, and the kind of people that you would want to hang around and be around or should be regularly associating with, are not going to like go crazy on you just because you said no to something, as long as it's like appropriate, obviously. But just based on the way that you're talking, I can tell that you're not the kind of person who's saying no to like legitimate work. So yeah, you just got to start saying no, and people will be like, oh, okay. And then you learn that it's okay to say no. Good leaders in management, but unfortunately a lot of those gals get burnt out too. That's very true. I feel like everyone is just kind of like burnt out right now. I say right now, we've been burnt out for like a decade, but the just general working environment definitely feels very inhospitable. In a lot of ways. Government is asking for taxes, just say no. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Commit tax fraud. You heard it from Cyrus. You can go to them, and when they come busting down your door, you're like, no, it's okay. He told me I could do it. He told me it's allowed. Lingering Dragon Crest ring might actually. No, that's sorceries. Don't care about that. Promise that the anime boy on the internet told me it was okay. And I am the authority on tax law. I have to figure out, do I have, hold on, I'm also worried that those guys are going to like drop down in here, but I don't. Do I have a lantern? Actually an offhand, isn't it? Not unless a pyromancy flame counts as a lantern. No. Hit him with the old get out of jail free card. Exactly. Exactly. You hand them a note. It says no you, and they can't do anything about it. Legally, they can't do anything about it. This is awful. I don't think I've ever done this without a lantern. Maybe once, actually, but I'm very scared. So this is a good example of what I was talking about earlier where, oh, what the fuck is that? Oh, God. I was about to say, this is a good example of how most areas in the later game are going to actually be better than they are in the base game because a random enemy is probably better than... I don't think I can get over there. I think that's a drop, right? A random enemy is probably better than an endgame area enemy, which would be true. I'm fucking dead. Nice. Yeah, if I look, the thing you need to know about this stream is everything that I say here is true. 100% true. Legally, ethically, scientifically, I am never wrong. And I would never lead you astray. So that's why you come and join my cult. I would be a good cult leader. I'm not even gonna lie. Oh my God. Sucks. True and verified, exactly. You don't even have to fact check me. That's how confident you can be that I'm correct. Yeah, I'd be a very good cult leader. 100%. I don't know what we would do, like what our cult thing would be. But, like, we have this, like, it'd be a compound up in the north somewhere. Probably some farming shit. I don't know. I'm surprised there's not more cults nowadays. Because a cult sounds like a pretty good... Like a pretty good alternative to the modern workforce. You would think that if they were successful back in the 70s, you would think that more people would be on board with just like, hey, you don't have to work anymore. Just come hang out on a farm with like a bunch of us. We'll raise food together. We'll all live together, sing Kumbaya, and like probably not die. If I start a cult, you're going to sign it immediately? Well, we're developing a follower base. And you can join the cult in the Discord. I should probably be a little bit careful about that. Yeah, join the cult in the Discord. I come up with a clever name for it. Okay, I don't want to... Like, I want those items. I need those items. What is happening? Okay. Trying to think. I still can't equip this, can I? The Mask of the Father helps slightly. Still can't. That's crazy, dude. I would love a Havel's ring. My kingdom for a Havel's ring. Genuinely. Lost your iPad the other day and went to the station. Gee, why it should not be their problem, like, bro. I'm sorry about that. That sounds like the exact kind of thing that they're employed to do. That shouldn't have been an appropriate reaction from them. Huh. Well... Where do we go? There's a couple of other items that I can try and get down here, and I haven't been exhaustive, which makes me a little bit nervous, because the last thing that I want is for the Lord Vessel to be in some weird little area down here. Yeah, he was just trying to take it for himself. He's like, oh, look at this. This is a good iPad. Good stuff on here. How do I get that item over there? You get wrecked, Clam. Don't die to the vagrant. Oh, the clam's still alive. Oh my god. This is like the worst enemy to fight in the randomizer. Hey, you need to die. Dude. There's another one! They're fucking everywhere! That is kind of strange. I would be suspect of that too. I feel like if something's in the Lost and Found for a month, it's free game, right? There's a what's the word I'm looking for? There's like the best thing I could come up with is like statute of limitations, but that's not what I'm thinking. Like there's a grace period where like, okay, yeah, someone can reasonably forget and not realize that they lost it, and then they need to come back and get it, or like call to come and get it. Like obviously you're not going to be like, well, we found it, finders keepers. But at the same time, at some point that becomes fair game. Grace period. Yes, thank you. I think they want to move out, so they walked away from you. The weird thing, I've always been very good about not losing things, and I'll maintain that I'm still very good about not losing things. I don't lose things, so to speak. But ever since I moved to a smaller apartment, which is literally like 2.5 rooms. I mean, like, I kind of have like a studio set up with my bedroom. I have the bedroom, which I'm using as an office, which is where I'm at like right now, and then a bathroom and a kitchen, which is like attached to my studio portion. Ever since I moved, oh god, I feel like I've misplaced my phone and other basic amenities more than I ever have at any point in my past. Which is very strange, because it's the smallest amount of space I've ever had. But I'll set my phone down, and I'll be like, oh great, where'd it go? It could be anywhere in the house. Maybe that's the problem, is I think that it could be anywhere. Oh god. Don't. Also, I need to be careful of this, like, skull that's coming after me. Yeah, maybe that's the problem, is because I think it can be anywhere in my house, even if I only was just in one part of the room. Yeah, I've found myself setting my phone down in really weird places, whereas previously I wouldn't do that. I would never have set my phone down, like, on the counter in the kitchen. But because everything feels so close together and accessible, I definitely find myself, like, setting my phone down in places. Morning Star is not terrible. Not really what we want. Which gloves isn't that helpful. Put things outside of their usual spots. Yeah, you're probably right. I guess I just haven't really established a usual spot for a lot of my stuff. Oh, I'm glad I didn't jump down. What the fuck? I would really prefer not to be poisoned. If at all possible. Can't get through there. Down here. Ah, this is what I was seeing. Calamity Ring. Awesome. Yeah, great. Perfect. Exactly what I want. That doubles damage that you take for no reason. It's just in case you hate yourself, you can equip that. Whale. This puts us in a bit of an awkward position. I think we'll have to recalibrate. Put your watch in the freezer for 3 days? Why is your watch in the freezer? Why are you putting that in there? That's not where that goes. That's not food. I'm just kind of like dying here. I managed to clear all of this. It would be nice to kill this Black Knight and see if he can drop his sword. It's like a Black Knight greatsword. Trying to slow time. You're so right. You're so right. Freeze time. How could I be so foolish? New tech strat. Oh. Probably gonna go back up here. Reestablish at a bonfire. And then that'll probably be it for the morning. Ooh, Man Serpent Greatsword is actually not terrible. That'll probably be it for me today. Call it at the hour. And then, yeah, because I got a little celebration party at a gaming store I'm going to, so that'll be fun. College was too much for your brain. I hated that. That was, working is a different kind of exhaustion. I've, like, come to learn. In school, like, being drained mentally over the course of the day and literally not being able to dedicate, like, much mental effort to anything is different than feeling, like, kind of physically and emotionally exhausted that comes from working. At least my line of work, not that, like, other people can't feel mentally or, like, intellectually drained from work. It's just kind of, like, the balance that I've found. My current work is a lot more intuitive. Whereas, like, forcing myself to really engage intellectually was really, really hard. Like I was talking about earlier, I had a test this last week, and it was like it was a big test. Because I still have to take that. And it, I had to study a lot of material for it, and it was the first time in many years that I've had to sit down and study intentionally for an exam, and God, was it difficult. Just compelling myself to engage with things and study and really interact with it was pretty damn challenging. I don't know, reflecting on it, I don't know how I did what I did back in the day in college. I don't know if I could go back and do it. I probably could, but it would require a much, much different mindset. And once you get into working, I have a lot of respect for I have a lot of respect for... Oh, my thing's going. Hello! I still don't know where my ears are. I fix them. I'm not gonna mess with it because it's probably gonna fuck up all my configurations next time. Like, what was I even talking about? Oh, I have a lot of respect for like non-traditional college students who like work a bunch and then go into college, because I mean I can't imagine having to put myself in that mindset now, going back and doing that. That's like a lot. Position weirdly in this scene. I feel like I should be like more offset like that. That actually feels a lot more. Why is my... Go away. There we go. That feels a little bit better. Myself up there. Leave some room for the ears. There we go. That feels better. Beaten into submission by the school systems. We really were. I don't think we talk about that enough. I think we're starting to generate some conversation, but it's also so like large and difficult to pick apart, that I think it's really challenging to go in and, for lack of a better term, like really understand the traumas that were inflicted by that specific era of education. Like, people talk about the gifted child syndrome, which I'll definitely like self disclose. Like, I was part of gifted programs when I was younger, and like, that's just kind of fucked up in general, to like take some kids and like put them in another classroom and have all the other kids watch and be like, yeah, you know, those kids are better than you. You piece of shit. And they also did the same thing with like individuals with learning disabilities and that needed like remedial education. They took them and put them in another class, so like everyone just kind of had to look at each other and understand that. And then you get into like the just like, I went to a very high achieving, quote unquote, high school, and I mean, they started talking to us about applying to college in 8th grade. They're like, hey, you need to be thinking about what you're going to be doing, because if you don't make the right choices, then you're not going to get into a good college. And I'm like, I'm 13. Like, not even. I'm like 12. I don't know what that means. I knew I wanted to go to college, but I didn't necessarily need to be the one responsible for making the decisions that set me up at that point, you know? Like, I needed guidance. I didn't need people telling me what I needed to do. And then, like, I remember my brother, who's a couple of years younger than me, was in high school, and he completed the state required credits for math. So he did however many it was. And he got to his senior year, and he's like, yeah, I just don't want to do math anymore. I don't want to take any more math. And the guidance counselor was like, well, I hope you love like flipping burgers for a living. Like, they were like, well, you're never going to get into college if you don't take an additional math credit. And he was like, really? I have a nearly flawless GPA, and you think me not taking an additional credit of math is really gonna be what is like distinguishes between like my success? It's ridiculous. A lot of teachers had their hands forced to just pass a bunch of kids. From my understanding, I don't know much about like the situation of education currently, other than the fact that it's terrible. But I mean, my understanding is that like we're in late consequences of No Child Left Behind, where like people like classes are just filled with people that are getting passed, especially in particular parts of the country where like no one can meet the expectations, and so they're just passing everyone. Standardized testing has done irreparable damage to the like approach to education. I've always been against standardized testing. You didn't do what I tell you, you're just failing. Like, yeah, exactly. Like, education has been so fucked for so long, and we're like now seeing its complete breakdown, which is just, I cannot imagine being a child in like modern society. I can't imagine having a child in modern society, American society. Like, God, it's a mess. It's a mess. Anyway, well, thank you guys for hanging out. I really appreciate you being here. It's been a lot of fun. I was very glad to be able to do this today. And like I said, I do work some weekends. So like next weekend is probably not going to work for a weekend stream. The following weekend, I have a tattoo appointment relatively early in the morning. But if I start streaming like super early, then I'll probably pull it off. Otherwise, I could probably do a Saturday stream. But I do also try to stream during the week. Reason glad to be childless. I'm right there. Like I've given a lot of serious thought to like, do I at this point do I really want to have kids? I don't know. Like vasectomy would be pretty sick. But anyway, we won't get into that. Yeah, I stream, try to stream a couple evenings during the week. I'm a little bit irregular right now, but I'm working on doing better, and I'm excited. I got some stuff, stream configuration stuff that I'm hoping to work on to make things a little bit more exciting and a little bit more engaging for you guys. And yeah, I'm excited to continue doing Dark Souls and stuff like that. Can't promise you'll see me next stream. That is okay. I would never ask anyone to promise me that they'll be here. But I really appreciate you hanging out and chatting with me, Sentinel. It's been a real pleasure talking to you this morning. So I hope both of you guys, April too, if you're still here, I hope both of you guys have a wonderful rest of your Saturday and a wonderful weekend. And I'll catch you around next time. All right. Bye-bye. Oh, that's not my scene. Bye-bye. Wink, wink.